morning. I think I can fix my machine. My desk. Oh, it's fucking hot as fucking here. Let's test out. This one's doubled. This one is, nope, that one's running low. That's a single. Can I have a double, please? That works. Listen here, friendship. Don't do it. Don't you do it, damn it. Good girl. Good girl. Thank you. What a good mama. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Okay, now you have to get lost because I can't trust you in here when I'm not paying attention. It's just not cutting all that. Okay. You did grab the yellow, slicky fucking yarn. So what do you expect? This is that baby shit. Baby! I mean, I guess my machine is gonna have to fucking work because it's all I've got, and if it doesn't work, then I can't do this, so. It's gonna be just do it shitty or don't do it at all. So doing it shitty is on the menu. Yeah, I hear you out there. Oh my god, it's fucking hot. It's so hot. It's so fucking hot. I can't be out here anymore. I'm about to have a panic attack. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Gotta go right now. Well, at least my machine is somewhat fixed. Fuck me, dude. And my phone is overheating? That pisses me off because that's literally like all I planned on doing today. Well, my laptop's out there. So weird having doors. It's been so long since I had doors. I don't like my bedroom door being shut at all. I don't like it. I don't like doors. I don't like doors very much. I'm coming to find out. Why would anyone ever shut their bedroom door? You can't hear your front door. When you shut your bedroom door, then you can't hear what's going on in the living room. Like, don't you want to know what's going on inside your house? Like, if someone walked in the front door, wouldn't you want to know right away? I don't know how people sleep with doors shut like that. I couldn't sleep with my freaking bedroom door shut like that. Couldn't do it. I mean, it's not overheating like that. It's not like in critical. If it was critical, my phone would turn itself off. Look at the baby, it's so new. I got another baby coming here. Look at all the babies. Look at all the babies. All the babies. The dog's like, what? Who's your baby? I thought I was the baby. Oh my gosh, there's another one right there too. Oh my goodness. Let's see where. We got a little baby right there on top. Look at the little guy. This is the Christmas cactus that I can't believe is still alive. The one that I was telling you guys about yesterday. I don't know how it's still alive, but it is. Look at the baby! Look at the baby! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Orly, the breath stinks, bud. He's like, yes, I am the little baby. Yes, I am the little baby. Yes, I am the little baby. I am the little baby. Mom, I'm the little baby. Oh, thank you, Orly. I definitely wanted to punch myself in the face with my phone. Yes, definitely did. Oh my goodness, what did you do? They look like bamboo shoots, don't they? They look like bamboo shoots coming up out of the ground. Oh my god, inside. Listen, all of those monsteras were one plant, like 2 or so weeks ago. I broke them all up into money. No, that's right, girl. Run away. Don't touch my plants. Anyway, so I separated them into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like there's 7 of them. There's 6. I separated it into 6 pots and made 6 new plants out of it. And every single one of the new plants has babies growing, which means that this plant was just like desperate for some soil space. And like as soon as I gave her some soil, whew, shooting up like a rocket. Another crazy thing that has happened. Okay, so I have had these 2 plants since I moved into Adams, okay? Since I moved to Adams 2.5 years ago, okay? I have this thing here and this thing here, okay? These plants are both 2.5 years old. And when I first moved here to this house, this plant was only to here. And this plant, everything from like where my middle finger is all brand new. Okay, so like this plant is exploding with life since I moved here. Don't understand it. My begonia, the begonia that I had been propagating, it was staying alive, but it was not growing. Since we've moved here, it's got 3 new leaves and it's got a whole root system. So I was able to take it out of the water and put it in soil because it has a whole root system now. This is the top off of this plant. It just broke off. So I figured, fuck it, I'll propagate it. It's working. That's great. But anyway, so it's just very weird because when I was living on the property in the middle of the wilderness, none of this shit would grow. Nothing would grow. But as soon as I moved here, I have done nothing different. I'm using the exact same water. I'm watering them approximately the same amount, which is not hardly ever. So like I don't get it. I don't understand. But something as far as the energy, the temperature, just the overall vibe, I don't know. But this house has the vibration of life. Like there's just something about it that makes plants happy. And I'm not sure what that is. But I do know that ever since I've walked in the front door of this house for the very first time, when I came to look at this house, I knew this was my house. Like I could see myself in it. And then I was like, you know, doing a little walk around or whatever, and I could feel the energy. And honestly, since I've been here, I feel more alive. So there's just something, maybe there's like ley lines or something. I should do my astrological ley line
map grid, because every person has very specific magnetic ley lines that they would, like, they're most tuned to. So it can give you an idea of where in the world you specifically, the being who was born on the date, time, whatever place that you were born, no one else, you know, unless someone was born right next to you at the same time, you know, no one else has that, your exact, you know, computation. But if you do the ley lines, the astrological ley line thing, you can find out where in the world your specific energy is best suited to thrive. And I'm in one of those areas, but I think I might be closer to the actual ground zero now. Baby, you're new. You guys are new. You're just like jerking each other off. I should probably watch a video on how to fix tufting machine. .5 millimeters. I think I might need to take a poop break. Shear closure. That's this right here. That is exactly what's happening. The scissors are bent. All right, I gotta go poop. I'll be right back. Oh, it smells so good in my house. I love that candle so much. Please don't forget to say please. Thank you for saying thank you. Okay. How does a tufting machine work? That's what I need to learn. So then, my God, it's fucking hot in here. How dare the weather do this to me? Bro, my floor is so gross. I need a vacuum so bad. I've just been ignoring it. Can I just get like somebody to explain to me everything about a tufting machine? Like I just want to know how to build one. I need to know how to build a tufting machine so then I know how to fix my tufting machine. Poop meat sandwich. Good job, buddy. Good job. You tell that stranger. I see a stranger. Yeah, you do. Good job. Yeah. Good job. Oh, you want that? Okay. I gotta clean my house. I don't feel like doing anything. I'm just like, just want to do nothing. But I also want to make money, so therein lies the problem. Easy. Yes, Mom. What, Mom, what? Mom, what? Do you need to go outside? You got poop? You got a turtle head poking out? I know the feeling, baby. Let's go get you a potty. Is she in your way? Is Money in your way? I gotta go outside and clean the backyard. I gotta go clean the front yard. Have you cleaned the front yard? No, there's totally boxes everywhere. Hello, everybody.
Yesterday was the first day of the multiple-day preliminary hearing in the David case, the state of California, people of the state of California versus David. This is for the Celeste Rios Hernandez case. And I have taken liberty to watch hours and hours of coverage and pretty much every article that came out about it yesterday and compiled just a half-page of notes here to give you the high points if you are not able to follow this preliminary hearing hour for hour, moment by moment. I have some notes, and I think this is the most important stuff. You just want to keep it on a high level at this point. Okay, so the preliminary hearing is just to determine whether the state has enough evidence to allow this case to move forward to the trial. It's not the trial. This is not a jury. It's just a judge saying, yeah, I think it's more likely than not that David probably had something to do with this. Now the judge obviously hasn't ruled yet, and yesterday was only the first day of multiple days. So today, July 22nd, Wednesday, is the second day of the hearing, and there will be many more things that we're going to cover today. So let's just go over day one, which was yesterday, starting with witnesses. There were 3 witnesses who took the stand yesterday. One sheriff, detective, or like person, you know, like a sheriff, LA sheriff guy. His name was Juan Gonzalez. The second witness to take the stand was Josh Byers, who is an LAPD detective with the Robbery Homicide Division. And the third witness to take the stand yesterday was a man by the name of Ben or Benjamin Gregor. Okay. Starting with Juan Gonzalez. Now, this was a cop who was one of the 2 police officers from the sheriff's department who went to David's house in 2024. This was when Celeste was first reported missing around Valentine's Day 2024. And somehow or another, which, you know, the somehow or another was the email we've already discussed on this channel. I'm not going to get too in the weeds. This is high level. But somehow or another, in 2024, the sheriff, they're looking in Riverside County for Celeste, who was, I think, 13 at the time. She was reported missing by her parents to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And, of course, the cops then start kind of looking for her. One thing leads to the next, and the cops get a tip that Celeste is at David's house in Los Angeles, 70 miles from Celeste's home, and so they do send some sheriffs over there to check. It was a welfare check. It wasn't really even an investigation, which yesterday Detective Juan Gonzalez was very clear about. Now, in connection with his testimony, they also played about 10 minutes of body camera footage from that interaction. David apparently was, again, this was like 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago now, wearing a bonnet, snacking on some potato chips. He disclosed that there was alcohol in his refrigerator, which he wasn't old enough to drink at the time. But the cops did not find Celeste there. In the middle of this interaction on the body camera, apparently David said, without being prompted, that he thought that Celeste was 18 years old. He claims to the cops that she said she was 18. Meanwhile, David pulls out a picture on his phone of Celeste's 6th grade yearbook photo in a Batman hoodie. And the cops kind of on the body camera kind of like, she doesn't look 18, she looks 13. Anyway, more on that later. The second witness who took the stand was Detective Josh Byers. Now, this is a detective from more recently in the story. He is one of the people who responded to the scene of the tow lot, the place where the Tesla was towed to and where the body was ultimately actually found by authorities and by law enforcement. after it was reported that there was some kind of a foul odor emanating from the front trunk. So this guy, this detective Byers, he's in the LA County, the LAPD Robbery and Homicide Division, and he is presumably the lead detective, or was at that time, on this case. Now, he described what he saw and what he, experienced on the scene, and he basically described the remains. It was very gruesome. At the time that he was testifying, or in connection with his testimony, there were pictures shown, and it was a little bit surprising to me. They were shown just to the gallery. I wasn't there, but people who were there reported seeing these photographs. It was like just garbage bag full of limbs. It was very grotesque, and so if those pictures for some reason make their way into the public, I would caution you, or advise you to use caution when viewing these things, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. Okay, so that brings us to the third witness who took the stand yesterday, and that was actually not a law enforcement officer or anything like that, a detective or anything like that. This was a guy by the name of Benjamin Greger. He is the director of finance for the David operation. He talked about basically moving David's money around. He talked about how he had previously worked with David's other management, which was Josh Marshall and Robert Morganroth. And this finance guy, Ben Greger, has been working very closely with David's mother, Colleen Burke, to move assets around for who knows what reason. But he was the third guy to testify yesterday on the stand in the preliminary hearing. Okay, so those were the witnesses. So now I want to move to the evidence portion of this hearing that happened yesterday. Now, I have this kind of in different categories. I started these categories of evidence with purchases. So we already know about a bunch of purchases that David supposedly, allegedly, according to prosecutors, made in connection with this unaliving. Talking about, the inflatable pool, the chainsaws, getting the shovel from Postmates, all of that stuff, right? So in this video right now, I just want to talk about the things that we had not heard of. One of the things that we had not heard of that was mentioned yesterday in the preliminary hearing was that David apparently allegedly purchased a mop system, so like a mop with a bucket, and this presumably was to clean up the very, very bloody scene that would have occurred in the garage. We're also told about
Homemade chocolate.
Pool prior, previously, but Armand Wiggins, he was there in the courtroom, and he said that they showed a picture of the pool, and he wrote down the specs. And so it was a pool that has kind of like 4 seats on it, so 4 people can sit in it. But importantly, there was a food that came with the pool. So I wonder if
that's
David
the ticket
was
right there.
Buy a tarp, but maybe bought a pool. We knew this already from
do your dishes.
Shot and stuff taken. They took pictures of his hands, and not only did he have that matching tattoo, which we kind of have heard.
My phone.
David
Thank you for the corgi, Crystal.
On his finger. When he was taken into custody,
Thank you so much.
April, he had a tattoo of Celeste's name on his finger. So to recap, Celeste had 2 finger tattoos. One said shh.
Yep, I found the homemade
David.
chocolate in the kitty litter
David,
box. That's
now
right.
confirmed, also had 2 finger tattoos. One said shh, and one said Celeste. Okay, that's new information. Yesterday it also came out in court that there were some gruesome pictures. There were some gruesome pictures shown to the gallery. It showed that Celeste was missing those 2 fingers, among other things. There were bits of pool plastic supposedly embedded in the remains, the kneecaps, stuff like that. It was very gruesome. Okay, so we're still in the evidence section of evidence that came out yesterday. Brand new evidence. It has to do with 2 phones. Now, we already talked about some stuff that's missing, right? We talked about a fireproof mat that's missing. We talked about 2 missing fingers that were never recovered. We talked about a chainsaw that's missing. Well, guess what else is missing? A very important phone. And interestingly, the name of this phone is Tranquilizer. David supposedly named this phone Tranquilizer. That's very weird to me. But the phone is missing. However, the data from the phone is not missing. The cops were able, or the investigators were able to recover a lot of the data from that phone. But there's another phone that's not missing, and it was found. It is a light blue color iPhone 15. And the name of this phone, the phone's name, you can name your phone. The phone's name is Abigail, number 2 or something like that, Abigail. Well, guess what? This is going to end up being a problem because Abigail is the middle name of Celeste. So it appears that there was some stuff found on that phone, this light blue iPhone 15 called Abigail. Some bad stuff's on the phone. And it appears as though David's lawyers are already coming up to argue that's not David's phone. Anything bad you found on there, that's not David's. That's Abigail. That's Celeste's phone. So that's going to be something I think we should anticipate hearing arguments about. However, there is a missing phone called Tranquilizer, and that Tranquilizer phone is the one that the investigators were able to track on the night that they believe Celeste died. They were able to track David looking for
what are you doing?
Addresses, looking for navigation to go to Santa Barbara County. So the Tranquilizer phone is missing. However, the data from the phone was recovered, so that's a good thing. More evidence that came out yesterday was a little more context and information on how the cops and the prosecutors were able to track David's movements on the night Celeste passed away. This was from, like I said, that Tranquilizer phone, navigation searches, as well as Tesla charging data. So they were able to see where David plugged in his specific Tesla, presumably with Celeste's body in it, back in April 2025. They were able to see that he had charged his car on the way out to the Santa Barbara remote location in Santa Barbara. What else? Navigation and the navigation data from the Tranquilizer phone. Okay, so the last thing I have in the evidence is they're really trying to pin down that David was the last person to drive the Tesla, and that's where Celeste's body was found, was in the Tesla. So on July 29th seems to be the last time that the Tesla moved, and they were able to find several different neighbors to cooperate with their ring camera, nest camera, whatever they had outside their homes, to basically track and trace David making moves from when he parked his car to walking back in his apartment on the last day, or excuse me, his house.
I hope they're not going to cut these bushes down.
So they're really trying to eliminate other suspects and hone in on David. Now, me personally,
I'm about to lose all my fucking privacy.
I think David needs help. I think David was involved, but that's just my opinion. I think he had help. And to kind of pin it all on David, I don't think is true justice for Celeste, because anybody and everybody who had something to do with this should all be prosecuted. Time will tell.
Spoons go with spoons,
so
forks go with forks.
Some new information yesterday from Ben Greger with regard
Don't
to
mix them up.
specifically that. Who's been helping David, who's maybe trying to hide, who's maybe traumatized from the situation, who knew what and when. Two familiar names that we do know in this story are David's managers. One's name was Josh Marshall. He's the one who rented the home for David. He's the one whose name was actually on the lease. The landlord for the house where Celeste was dismembered, according to prosecutors, the landlord for the house didn't even know who David was, never heard of a David, did not think David was living in his house. He thought he was renting a Josh Marshall. Okay, that's the Mogul Vision guy. And then there's this Robert Morgenroth is the other manager. We've seen him before on this channel. Again, I'm not going to get too in the weeds, but this is the one who went with David to those middle schools, like outside the middle schools, and was there. Robert Morgenroth and him. Both of those people, we found out yesterday, no longer work with Mogul Vision, and Josh Marshall, from what I understand, is the founder. So they don't abandon ship. Okay, they're off in the sunset. I don't know where Josh Marshall and Robert Morgenroth are, but apparently they're not working with David or even that label at all anymore, even though Josh Marshall's still on the label. Anyway, okay. And that's pretty much the evidence there. And then we got some on-the-ground situations going on that I do want to make sure that I cover here. So first of all, the District Attorney Nathan Hochman did make a speech yesterday, a press statement, and he said he would make another press statement at the end of the preliminary hearing in a few days. But the statement that he made, he basically said, they don't know whether they're going to go for the death penalty or not. They haven't even decided yet. That's interesting. So yeah, he basically just kind of laid out how a preliminary hearing works, what the standard is, and all that. David, it is reported by pretty much unanimously, pretty much every source from traditional mainstream all the way down to, all the way through to, vloggers. Everybody agrees on one thing from yesterday, and that is David is completely unfazed. He did not seem upset, he did not seem nervous, he did not seem freaked out. He seemed like he kind of liked it, if anything, or just completely unfazed and checked out.
Yo, did I tell you what happened?
It was reported that he really perked up when he was looking at the pictures of the gruesome aftermath of what he's accused of doing, and in particular, he was really interested in the picture of the tattoo, tattoo on Celeste's remains on her hand. So that's what's being reported. Celeste's parents, on the other hand, they were also there, and they were completely the opposite of David. They were pretty much inconsolable for some of the day. The mom broke down crying many times in court. There were times they showed pictures and evidence. The parents couldn't even look at the screen. They would put their, heads down. They really appeared to be on an island on their own, which brings me to the fourth and final thing that I want to tell y'all from the boots on the ground. They had their lawyer there. Family, and they're probably going to sue David, by the way. That's probably why they're moving money all around over there in the David camp, because they know they're about to get sued. Because you can sue somebody for wrongful death or for, unaliving your family member. This is not a crime. This is a civil thing. We saw this with the OJ case. Their lawyer was there with them yesterday, and he even was there before they got there. And the lawyer wanted to go and talk to private investigator Steve Fisher. You probably remember Steve Fisher because he was hired by the landlord. The landlord was like, "Who is David? Who is Josh Marshall? I thought Josh Marshall was living here." They weren't. He found out on the news that his house was, it was just a crazy thing. So he's like, "Look, the cops aren't telling me what I need to know. The DA's not telling me what I need to know. So let me just hire a private investigator." And he hired missing persons private investigator Steve Fisher, aka SF Investigates. So Steve Fisher goes to, does his investigation, points out a bunch of stuff, and, gets subpoenaed to go for the grand jury. He got threatened a few times by the district attorney or the assistant district attorney, deputy district attorney, that Silverman. He couldn't talk about the case anymore as it would be a crime, which is not true. And he knows his rights and he knows the law, so he knew that that wasn't true. But he has been being picked on and targeted by the DA. Because he's kind of stealing their thunder and he's holding them to account. He's not only holding the David team to account, he's also shining a light on the prosecutors because Steve knows what we all know. True justice requires everyone to participate in a fair way.
Okay, we're not going to get broken.
They have a job
not
to do
going to
as
get
well.
broken.
Steve has been holding
Not
them
going to get broken.
Well, Steve Fisher has also
Not gonna
criticized
get
from
broken.
time
We're not
to
gonna
time.
get
What do they know?
broken.
What did they know and when did they know it? Why didn't they report she was missing again? He's been asking these questions. Well,
Not gonna
yesterday
get
at the
broken.
hearing,
Not
in
gonna
the
slam
hallway
into
or
ourselves
the
and
lobby or
then
whatever,
cry.
the family's lawyer, Celeste Rivas Hernandez's lawyer, or her family's lawyer, walks up to Steve Fisher to introduce himself. Hey, hi, thank you so much for keeping attention on the case. Steve said he was a little caught off guard by it because he did not recognize this lawyer. He didn't know this lawyer. He never talked to this lawyer, but the lawyer recognized him. And not only did the lawyer recognize him and come up to him and introduce himself, but also thank him.
Are you ready?
Steve was a little bit surprised
Are those
by
big
that
scary men
because he
outside?
was criticized the family. So he was thankful though.
Come on.
He said, of course, like my whole thing is just the truth, justice, whatever. So he's kind of having a very pleasant interaction with Celeste Rivas Hernandez's family lawyer and Beth Silverman, the prosecutor. Barges into their conversation. Apparently places physically puts her hands on the lawyer for Celeste Rivas Hernandez's parents and said, "You're not allowed to talk to him." She told a lawyer for the family of the victim.
Excuse me,
they're
back
not
up.
allowed to talk to a private investigator who has information about the case. Obviously, that's not true. She's, I don't know. She needs to direct that energy back over there in the direction of leadership, in the direction of figuring out who killed Celeste, and not in the direction of attacking somebody's free speech. And in particular, the person who is really the only one that seems to have been trying to hold any of these people accountable for the last several months. Okay, so anyway, that was crazy. And then, as the final kind of segment of this video, I want to talk about some of the arguments and defenses and counter arguments that appear to be kind of cropping up here. What is David possibly going to say to defend himself, or what are the lawyers going to say to defend him? Well, you're getting a preview. Okay, so for one, they're going to try to say David did not know how old Celeste was. He thought she was 18.
Fuck.
Well, that's going to be kind of difficult argument to make at this point because now we have that body camera footage from 2024 that shows David was told that Celeste was a missing person, and he definitely was aware of the flyer that showed that Celeste was 13. However, Blair Burke, David's lawyer, kind of said, "Isn't it true that no one actually told David that she was exactly 13? And it's like maybe they didn't inform him explicitly, hey, you know she is 13. The first thing out of his mouth was, I didn't know she was 8. I didn't know. I thought she was 18. She told me she was 18. The cop said she doesn't look 18, and you know, there was a mutual acknowledgement of this missing persons flyer. Now, if you know anything about these missing persons flyers from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, you know, these are like not things that they just guess on. They do get the ages from the appropriate
Excuse me, ma'am.
et cetera, et cetera. So,
Can I help
it's a
you?
very strong argument that David's trying to make, that they are seemingly going to argue that David did not know for sure how old Celeste was. Again, I don't think it's a strong argument. Number 2, it was already previewed in this video, but I think that they're going to argue that a lot of the most damning evidence on that phone, that's Celeste's phone. So David can't be held responsible for it. Celeste had saved images of, you know, this, that, and the other. Celeste had sent this text or that text. Celeste had taken screenshots of this thing or that thing, and that's not David's phone. That's one of the arguments I anticipate. But, you know, the counter argument is, well, then why was it in David's house? Because they found it during the search, the raid, basically. Now, the most prevalent argument, I think, that was made yesterday that's kind of giving us a preview into what David's defense is going to be is David's lawyer is kind of attacking the sufficiency of the forensic evidence. For example, you know, kind of implying that there wasn't enough work done to try and get all the different DNA samples that they could possibly have gotten off of, for example, the body bag. The body bag that Celeste Rivas Hernandez's remains, half of her remains were found in. The police, the detectives, they ended up just cutting the handles off the body bag and cutting certain parts, maybe the zipper and certain things off this body bag. And David's lawyers were really going very hard yesterday on why that happened. Why didn't the whole body bag get taken in? Sounds like an interesting, you know, argument or whatever, but then when the explanation came in, I'm like, okay, that actually makes sense. The body bag was full of maggots, biohazardous material, blood, fluids, just nasty. I mean, he had been cooking in that trunk for months, and so there really isn't anywhere to store that kind of stuff. Like they cut the handles off, they sent that in for DNA, but like to try and transport that and to, you know, you got to cut the line. You have to draw the line somewhere. I actually find that to be a pretty strong argument. And they also asked, you know, David's lawyers were asking the cops, well, you found this burn cage at the scene. Did you test it for evidence? Did you DNA swab that? The DNA or the detective kind of said, no, we didn't because it wasn't open. So we just needed to take a picture of it. We didn't need to open it. And then, you know, David's lawyers are going to probably say, why didn't you open it? How do you know what was in there? That could have been an empty box. And at this point, it's going to be hard to prove what it was because it's gone. And of course, the chainsaw, the missing chainsaw is going
You stupid bitch!
Extremely important.
You gotta get off this! You're gonna turn the oven on.
That is going to be something I believe David's lawyers are going to rely on as well in trying to say, you know, look, we don't even know whose DNA is on that chainsaw. Y'all don't even have that chainsaw. You don't even know if that chainsaw was used. There's a lot of forensics going to go into the whole chainsaw. So I don't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to go through the highlights, the things that I want to be most important, the new evidence, the witnesses, and the new information that we did learn yesterday. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel and my live channel, BJC Live Show. I will be covering the highlights of this preliminary hearing as it moves forward. And I will say it is
Right between the eyes.
that the judge is going to allow this to move forward to trial. I think this
Hello,
is just a
bye-bye.
mini trial. To
Money.
let both sides get a little bit of practice and a little bit of insight.
Get your fuck ass down.
So they can expect to have a real trial. That's all I really have for this one. Anytime for saying defamation, neither are opinions. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Goodbye.
The next court hearing is from July 13th. This is not within the confines of the wrongful death case. The hearing we are going to now is from the criminal case where there is still ongoing discovery fights regarding who can access Karen Reed's cell phone and whether she gets her cell phone back or not, and what discovery is being turned over.
The warrant doesn't exist in the abstract. It exists because the Commonwealth advanced a theory, a stated theory on the record, that basically Karen Reed potentially engaged in some sort of witness intimidation. The foundation for what the Commonwealth has suggested precipitated the warrant in the first place. And it's on the strength of that, what we believe is a very flawed and a false theory. They went to a judge of the court and they said, we need a warrant naming her, Karen Reed, and they seized her phones. And today, in this moment, the special prosecutor...
Oh, yeah, there's a man there.
...to keep her phone away from her.
Oh, yeah, you tell him.
In the context
You tell him.
of the case against Turtle Boy, Karen Reed was not indicted in that case. So while they might have had grounds for a search warrant
Oh my
at some
God.
point,
Is that what people look like
we know
eating?
that there's
Come on
been
now, boys.
ongoing
These two kids are like the laziest weed eaters I've ever seen. One of them's holding it like this.
If they are talking about the physical cell phones, why haven't they been returned? She's not been charged. If they extracted the phones,
There is a conspiracy to make that Emily Baker lawyer a bigger YouTuber than she actually is. YouTube is in collusion because I don't ever watch her videos by choice. I never click her videos. I won't say never. I've clicked her videos a couple of times in the past. But every single solitary time I just let a video play next, it just there's like autoplay, it puts on one of her videos. Every single fucking time. And now I've accidentally let the video go on for like 5 minutes. So now the algorithm is gonna think, oh, she watched it. So let's give her every Emily Baker video. I don't watch Emily Baker. I don't like her. She's a mean girl. I don't like her. She's a fake. Pretend to be for justice. Pretend to be for the truth. You know, pretend to be for... All right. That's enough. No! Don't take my privacy. Look at these assholes. They're taking away my privacy. Ugh, you guys suck. No! No! Just the tall grasses. Bitch, I will go out there with a weed eater and do a better job than you. You're making me uncomfortable. These guys, is this what people do? Is this what people are like? No fucking wonder the people that I work for, like, don't want to let me go. Why even bother weed eating if you're gonna do it so bad? Like half-assed. They're cutting the branches and not getting the tall grasses, which is what they're there to do. They're there to take down all the hay. I can't believe it. I can't believe that's what it looks like to watch men do their job. Sorry, young men. Well, at least I know that when people watch me do my job, they're like, oh wow, look at her. Attention to detail. Damn, that woman can weed eat better than a man. Baby, baby. Can you tell what song was playing on a YouTube short right before I got on the live stream? They're almost finished with the house. Okay, so but then
So
what?
we're officially on week 3 of putting up our soffits. This is one of the last areas we have to do. So basically, it's this, and do you remember when we did this last year and then we didn't finish it?
We gave up.
Because you have to like basically roll on the roof to do that.
Yeah.
We'll have to finish that one. But once we're done that, then we can move on to siding.
I'm so excited.
We're gonna upstairs, but we're not gonna focus on that. We just really want to
Orly, all right, that's enough.
scaffold.
Thank you.
Give the
Good job.
scaffolding back.
That's enough.
Like
You're a good
we
boy.
can rental.
You did a good
Okay,
job.
first
You
thing.
told him.
We got prep. As for all the finishing stuff, there's so much prep. I got these blockings.
So for this section, we are doing it this way,
Yes.
all the cedar, and so this is why we're putting the blocking in, so we have something to attach to.
Thank you for the good explanation. This is correct.
Ready. Perfect.
I did this one earlier, and then I did that corner back there earlier. Didn't want to bore everyone.
We now need to get all of our cedar up there, which we haven't done yet. We haven't had to go up 2-story scaffolds, so this should be fun.
Hi. Just one piece at a time. Pass it up to me, and then I'll place it down. Cool.
We've got a good amount up there.
Let's go drill some holes down, baby.
Let's go.
Are you excited? Because I'm excited.
There's been more exciting days, I gotta admit. I love the cedar, but you know, we spent a lot of time with her. And
Yeah.
I'm ready to part ways.
You're ready to part ways?
Yeah. I don't think we've invested any more time than we have in this than any other return home. Like,
This is true.
we drove 16 hours to get it,
This is true.
and then painted it for 50 hours,
This is also true.
and then hung it up for 200 hours. I remember hanging up from these. Oh my gosh.
You remember?
Sir.
Y'all might have already seen this. Different brother named John. Yeah, whoa. This is crazy news. So he has already put out his own video responding to some of the allegations made in the body cam. Now, if you were here yesterday, I did watch these 2 body cam calls with family members. So this one was a brother, an older brother. At first I thought it was Gabriel, but ended up turning out that it was perhaps another different brother named Josh. So I guess there's at least 4 Metcalf brothers. That's new. I don't know who it is, actually, it doesn't say. But the person said they were a brother of Ammon and Matt. And then this call right here, which was like 24 and a half minutes long, that one was with Matt, the COO,
It's weird. So there's like Josh, Jeff,
breaks many things. Now, I
Adam,
had
Daniel,
to do
and Ammon.
some other investigation.
Like,
so
why
I
was he the one
found
given
found having to do with
the Mormon name?
Brandon Best. I had finally
I guess
done
Adam
the
and Josh are
Brandon
both
Best
Bible names.
investigation and put that out. So because of that, I wasn't able to react to or even really watch in its entirety probably the most substantive video of the body cams, the new recent body cams that came out. Now, that was this one right here with Eamon McNett. Now, a lot of people have already had the opportunity to watch that video and already had the chance to make videos on it, reacting to it, etc. So Y'all might have already seen this, but this is going to be my reaction to it. Now, I've obviously seen a few clips, but I have not seen this 58 minutes in its entirety. Shout out to, and a huge thank you to Chris Reports Things. That's the YouTube channel. He also goes by Awkward Begets Awkward in the Reddit forum over there at the subreddit on the Reckless Ben subreddit. He is a journalist, I guess, by education, but he doesn't really actually work as a journalist. Seems like he works at a different type of job or something, and then he does this kind of like in his spare time or whatever. So I did link his channel down below if y'all want to go and give him a follow, give him a like. He should be getting the credit.
Hello,
for
Ultra
doing these. He actually
MK.
had to pay for them. There's ways that you can go over there to his channel and support him as well.
Yeah,
He
that's
said he
totally
paid
it,
$150
Scorpio.
or so for these body cams. Apparently it was, a big hit because, well, his body cam only has...
It's just disappointing for
6.6
me to see that and to think that, how work ethic, it's learned, but it is also in you already. So like, I spent my 20s like kind of lazy. I didn't really do anything. I didn't do hobbies. I just kind of sat around and watched TV for like years, and I didn't do shit with myself. And I was lazy and I didn't want to work. I didn't really need anything either though. So like I didn't like find myself wanting to buy things. I didn't really need much, didn't really want much. And I was like perfectly okay with that like way of life. But like then I started a cleaning business, or my best friend at the time had a cleaning business, and I started working with her. And when I started working with her, like working alongside of her, I had no idea how to do things not half-assed. Like I just didn't understand how things were cleaned. Like I didn't understand that you have to like lift things up, go behind things, get under things. And by working alongside of her, she was the kind of person that like if we had a house to clean and the client forgot to leave the door unlocked for us, that girl would find a way in the house. Like she would climb up onto the roof and into the second story window. Like she would get in, she would figure it out. Like we're gonna do the job. We're here, we're gonna do the job. Me, I'd be like, oh, well, the door's locked. Guess I can't work today. But she wasn't like that. And so she forced me, to like do the thing. And by working alongside of her, eventually we became partners, and we were business partners for a bunch of years until she relapsed on drugs. And then I quit and started my own cleaning business. And I've been working on my own ever since. But only because I worked alongside of her was I able to observe and then have her like make me do it. And by doing that, it literally changed my brain chemistry. Like learning how to be detailed and have that type of work ethic where like it doesn't matter, like you go and you do the job. You don't try to find a way out of it. Because like the point is integrity more so than earning an income. You said you would do something, and so you must do that. So I'm sad that she relapsed on drugs. I'm sad that we weren't able to grow alongside of one another. And it breaks my heart that she made choices that inevitably ended up with her losing her life. What is that? Air travel, JJ. Is that my husband? Who am I kidding? Josh would never send me a gift. Check my audio. What's wrong with the audio? See, I didn't have a grandma, or I had a grandma, but like my grandma tried to teach me that kind of stuff, but I never worked alongside my grandmother. So like my grandmother would do things and she would let me watch her do them, but I never really worked alongside my grandma doing things because, you know, kids are a pain in the ass. So she didn't really have the patience to like let me, you know, fuck up a bunch while I learned how to. So she just did it herself. You know, it's just let me just do it myself. And because that, I didn't learn anything that way. I got to observe her doing things, and I did learn things by watching her, but I didn't become capable of doing them all myself because she just never gave me the opportunity to do it myself. Anytime I've ever had to do, you know, for a long time, when I would do things, I almost felt like I was playing house. So, no, I don't follow the Hindu religion. Can you block Joe Romero?
6,000 views.
All right, I gotta clean my house. I gotta change my
Did a
sheets.
little 15-minute kind of respond to it, and it's already got 1.7 million views. Okay, so shout out to the guy, the original person who did request this, credit where it's due. Okay, so without further ado, let's just jump right into this body cam. This is from March 11th. Okay, at 14:20. What is that, like 2:20 p.m. Now, interestingly, right about this same time, maybe 30 minutes to an hour later, is when the cops were over there with Josh Johnson. He was running around. Sheldon got arrested, and then several hours later on this very same day, that's when the unconstitutional raid happened in American Fork with the Airbnb.
I need fucking hangers. Shit. Let me just get all the hangers that I've got and try and. No, I can't do that because I need those hangers to dry clothes. I need to dry clothes more than I need clothes to just sit in my closet right now. Oh my god, it's hot up here. Why is my door shut? I woke up last night, got out of bed, and I stepped in freaking water. The AC drains liquid, and I ran the AC yesterday for more than 5 minutes, so this shit filled up. Shit's already filled. I need to go get a gallon jug. That's what I need to do right now. Stop using my coffee maker. It's only supposed to be for a minute anyway. Holy shit! I just caught the one in the living room about to freaking leak. Oh my god, it is leaking. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my fucking god, dude. Fucking damn it. I literally swear to fucking god, it's always, always, always something with water. Oh my god. Oh my god. Heather! You idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god. and the water overflowing. Oh my God. Goodness. Jesus fucking Christ. All of my work stuff. Are you fucking serious trying to be a spider in my work stuff? Heather! Ugh. I can't believe I did this! Oh my God, I'm so glad I went and looked. The fucking thing was overflowing. There was a spider in my work clothes. This is what happens when you don't clean your house for fucking 3 days, 4 days. It builds up. It's really hot. I don't have anything to listen to. I cannot believe how much water.
Why are you filming it? Y'all might have already seen this, but this is going to be my reaction to it. Now, I've obviously seen body cam. This is from
Okay,
March
well, that
11th.
sucks.
Okay, at 14:20. What is that, like,
Where's Julio?
2:20 p.m. Now, interestingly, right about this same time, maybe 30 minutes to an hour later, is when the cops were over there with Josh Johnson. He was running around. Sheldon got arrested, and then several hours later on this very same day, that's when the unconstitutional raid happened in American Fork with the Airbnb and all that. So this day was very eventful, and it's like meta body camception, because it's just everything happening all at once. And now, excuse me, and now we're kind of looking in, from our situation and our position in the future, we're kind of looking back to the past, trying to put it all back together, what all was really going on at once. It turns out it was a lot was going on. Office theory just came in. It is ginger, honey, lemon, something. Yeah. Okay. MLS, Megan Law said, well, I feel like I'm disappointing Valhalla. I know we should be streaming about this, but my work is getting in the way. Oh, you gotta retire. Time to retire like I did. I retired from practicing law so I could be a full-time YouTuber. You gotta retire too, dude. Valhalla, poor thing. He's gonna need to invite some other people up on the stream to talk about this. Well, you're not that far behind making lots of retired. I haven't reacted to it either. Okay. So this is the new body camera. Now I have seen a lot of people, not a lot, I've seen a couple people reacting to it, but they'll kind of jump to like the 30-minute mark where, you know, Ammon is in the store. I'm not gonna do that. I investigate truly over here on this channel. So I'm going to be watching the whole thing. Now I might be speeding it up. What you have to see.
There's my other bathing suit I was looking for.
Captions on. Let's go. Okay, it says 30-second body cam buffer. No audio. Remember that people are working with the information they had at the time. Alright, let's go. Vroom, vroom. 30 seconds go. Also, I will be going live again later today for a second show on David stuff. I have also uploaded a video to That Surprise Witness giving a 25-minute breakdown of like pretty much if you missed the whole entire first day yesterday of the David hearing, it's like a breakdown.
The Provo Police Department, so we can kind of get some kind of update on some things, but
Okay, right out the gate, I know who's talking and I know it's Amy.
and they told me that you'd be able to fill me in on all the details about what's going on some stuff, but
Okay.
so trying to keep things short and simple, we have an individual who's been trying to extort me.
Yeah, that's not a way of, I'm trying to just tell you the facts and not facts that were my side.
This for the past almost year. He has ramped up his efforts. He came to harass us at our place. He's out of state. So he's a resident of California.
He's not out of state. He's from out of state. He lives out of state, but he's in your state. That's why you call the cops on him.
He's been going up and harassing and making physical and violent threats with proxies up in Salem, Oregon.
So he's now changed his tune. It used to just be he threatened to kill. Now it's he's been making threats via proxies. That's when you send somebody else to do your dirty work, which is clearly not the case. No one made any threats.
We've been trying to work through the Salem, or the Kaiser Police Department up there, but when he wasn't making any headway there, he started coming down to threaten and harass our staff at our corporate offices. We essentially called the police. This is back in December. He has now come back out here and he started showing up at our employees' residences since Sunday. He vandalized our store up in Salem, Oregon again, and then he immediately either hopped on a flight and then came down here to Utah and started showing up at several of our employees' houses, and then even started going.
Is it employees? Is it owners? Is it franchisees? It's like they can't keep their story straight. I know it's nitpicky at this point, but like it's actually not. It's going to be a very huge part of the trials that come. Like who's an employee? Who's an owner? Who's a franchisee? They just willy-nilly throw these words around.
Sisters' houses, and so we've had multiple call-outs to get trespassing. They keep sending individuals and keep sending other people. So yesterday, the American Fork Police saw the pattern of behavior. I don't know what else happened with the case, but they arrested him yesterday for stalking charges. So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the Utah County.
Yeah, they arrested him yesterday for stalking charges. You know what his stalking was? Trying to serve Josh Johnson with a process server. That was the stalking arrest. So you see how they just kind of like, Ammon isn't the only one. So like when I'm saying they, I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about Joshua Johnson. I'm talking about Ammon, and I'm also talking about Dan McNabb. Let's not forget about him. The dad, Dan McNabb, I think they all learned it from him. They just say shit, and it's not true. And I, for one, am hopeful that eventually all this just saying anything that comes and falls out of their mouth, this misleading the authorities and misleading law enforcement, I hope it starts to catch up with them. Because I, for one, know for sure, I can't just call up to the cops and start lying. No. There would be some type of repercussions. There would be some type of consequences for that. I can just call up and start lying to the cops. But all these McNabb, all of the McNabb, that McNabb we heard a call from, that other older brother McNabb, I guess maybe his name's Josh. Then we got Josh
Dude,
Johnson,
Papa.
then we got Ammon,
He's fucking.
McNabb. They all just call the cops and freaking lie.
He's literally suing Meta.
So crazy to me.
And it's working.
To get away with lying in my life. I've never been able to get away with lying in my life. I'm not good at lying. I mean, it doesn't come naturally to me. I don't like lying. But even just trying to tell somebody like something, just trying to like, put together a little surprise birthday party or something. I've just never been able to get away with it. And so it's just like kind of astonishing to me that these people are lying all the time, and it's like kind of obvious that they're lying and they haven't gotten in trouble for that, other than the, unauthorized practice of law thing with legally mine and damn F.
And he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, like flight risk. He was released, and
okay, so we're only 2 minutes in, and I think I know what Ammon is really mad about. Okay, I think what Ammon really wants is Ben to either be arrested, and this is gonna, come up later, or dead. That's what I think Ammon McNutt wants. He wants Ben to either die or be arrested. Now, he was arrested yesterday. At the time of this video right here, Ben had been arrested previously, the day before, but it was for stalking, but it was really for trying to serve Josh. It was just trying to serve him lawful court papers that were real. And then the American Court Police Department came out and lied and said their own lies, that little, Mormon voice guy. And ASMR police chief, they lied. The police lied to get the search warrant this very day. This same day, there was an unconstitutional search warrant. Just lie. Are they really lying, or are they creatively misunderstanding? Well, it depends. It depends, MLS, if they're if they're intentionally creatively misunderstanding, it's still a lie. But I think that it's a lie still, because they, especially Ammon, has reason to know that what he's saying isn't true. So even if he doesn't actually know, I think there's, should have known before calling the cops and saying these things. So Ammon is just a liar. He just lies. And it's clear to me that in 2 minutes in, that what he's really mad about is they were not able to get Ben locked up for a month. That's really what they wanted. They wanted Ben to not be able to speak, not be able to put a video out. Now remember, this is all before Ben ever even, this is months before Ben ever even put out part 1, okay? Ben had not made a single video, not a short, not a post. He had not made and put the video out. I should say made. He probably hadn't made the videos, but like he hadn't published the videos, not on Patreon, not on YouTube. Nobody had seen a video about this yet, and they were already acting like these scared, like little rats and roaches. He's a flight risk. Okay, is he a flight risk, or is he stalking you? Because if it's a flight risk, then that would mean you should be happy, right? Because he would be out of the state, he would be gone, he would be away from you. So
Right.
wouldn't that be a good thing? If he was a flight risk, get him the hell out of this state? No. He's a flight risk and he's stalking Ammon. Okay, which one is it?
keep sending other people. So yesterday, the American Court Police saw the pattern of behavior. I don't know what else happened with the case, but they arrested him yesterday for stalking charges. So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into
They arrested him yesterday because people lied.
County jail, and he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, like flight risk. He was released, and he immediately.
I checked into Lus's stream yesterday. He was reacting to some parts of this, and he had said, I think he was saying it as hyperbole. It was funny, but it's kind of true. It feels like it, at least. There's some truth to it. That I feel like Ammon just either does, in fact, or he wishes he did control every police and every police department. Like, the way he talks to them, like he's the daddy and they're the baby. Like, he's the one who gets to tell everybody else what to do, and as long as he raises his voice and threatens to shoot people with guns, then he gets his way. It actually looks like pretty much it works.
The release went to the orange store to start harassing our staff there.
Okay. So is he?
And so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff.
He's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. Listen to the disdain in his voice when he says YouTuber.
He immediately after release went to the orange store to start harassing our staff there.
Okay. So is he?
And so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff for videos and clicks.
So what? Like, so what? Is that the worst thing? Like, this has like been the biggest thing that people have been saying against YouTubers for the longest.
I mean, it's not like many YouTubers are giving everybody good names.
Stalking, doxing, sending followers after
Think about what they're able to use as examples. That fucking Jack,
Always go to.
whatever his name
They're
is,
just doing it for clicks and money and clout.
Jack Dorsey. No.
Okay, first of all, what if they are? Okay? Like, what if so what? People can't want to click? People can't want to like? People can't want to clout? He's a YouTuber, and he's doing it for clicks and clout. So? That's not a crime. That's not a crime. I don't do stuff for clicks and clout. I don't do stuff for clicks and clout. I know y'all see me covering stuff that, well, now this case is pretty good, but for the vast majority of my YouTube career, I've gone against the grain, against the common sentiment. I have intentionally not covered stuff that everybody else is covering, even though it would have got me used because I didn't want to. So it's not like I'm doing that. But I've been accused of it. She did that in a content live. Because the first thing they're trying to accuse is you're doxing, you're harassing, you're sending people. But then when you say, I'm not doxing because you're stupid.
I love my bed so much.
I'm not harassing because I've never contacted this person in my life. I've never talked to them. I've never emailed them. I've never reached out to them. I've never even spoken to them or made any efforts to see them in person. So that can't be harassment. And if I'm not doing that, and then they're saying,
Guys, please don't forget to like the stream. It helps me out so much. And, you know, subscribing and all that jazz. Oh, I gotta fucking let me blow my brains out with that song in my head. It is so insanely hot in there. What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna stretch my arms for a bit before I lose all my energy. Oh, fuck, I have to clean up out here.
and all that.
He's out of multiple call-outs to get trespassing, but he keeps sending individuals, he keeps sending other people. So yesterday, the American Park Police saw the pattern of behavior. I don't know what else happened with the case, but they arrested him yesterday for stalking. So he was arrested, and I think he was
Yeah, they arrested him yesterday for stalking charges. You know what his stalking was? Trying to serve Josh Johnson with a process server. That was the stalking arrest. So you see how they just kind of like, Ammon isn't the only one. So like when I'm saying they, I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about Joshua Johnson, I'm talking about Ammon, and I'm also talking about, I'm not thinking about him. The goddamn it, no, I think they all learned it from him. They just say shit that's not true. And I am hopeful that eventually all this just saying anything that comes and falls out of their mouth, this misleading the ability of law enforcement, I hope it starts to catch up with them. Because I, for one, know for sure, I can just call up to the cops and start lying. No, there will be some types of impressions, there will be some types of consequences for that. I can just call up and start lying to the cops. But all these things, all of them McNabb. Matt McNabb, we got a call from, that other older brother McNabb, I guess maybe his name's Josh. Then we got Joshua Johnson, then we got Dan McNabb. They all just call the cops and freaking lie. And that is so crazy to me. I've never been able to get away with lying in my life. I've never been able to get away with lying in my life. I'm not good at lying. I mean, it doesn't naturally to me. I don't like lying. But even just trying to tell somebody like something, just trying to like, you know, put together a little. I've just never been able to get away with it. And so it's just like kind of astonishing to me that these people are lying all the time, and it's like kind of obvious that they're lying, and they haven't gotten in trouble for that, other than the, you know, unauthorized practice of law claim with legally mine and being McNabb.
And he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, you know, like, flight risk, he was released. And
okay, so we're only 2 minutes in, and I think I know what Ammon is really mad about. Okay, I think what Ammon really wants is Ben to either be arrested, and this is gonna, you know, come up later, or dead. That's what I think Ammon wants. He wants Ben to either die or be arrested. Now, he was arrested yesterday. At the time of the, you know, this video over here, Ben had been arrested previously, the day before, but it was for stalking, but it was really for trying to serve Josh. It was just trying to serve him lawful court papers that were real. And then the American Port Police Department came out and lied and said their own lies, that little, you know, Mormon voice guy. And ASMR police chief, they lied. The police lied to get the search warrant this very day. This same day, there was an unconstitutional search warrant. Just lie. Are they really lying, or are they creatively misunderstanding? Well, it depends. It depends, MLS. If they're intentionally creatively misunderstanding, it's still a lie. But I think that it's a lie still, because they, especially Ammon, has reason to know that what he's saying isn't true. So even if he doesn't actually know, I think there's, you know, should have known before calling the cops and saying these things. So Ammon is just a liar. He just lies, and it's clear to me that in 2 minutes in, that what he's really mad about is they were not able to get Ben locked up for a month. That's really what they wanted. They wanted Ben to not be able to speak, not be able to put a video in the vacuum. This is all before Ben ever even, this is months before Ben ever would put out a warrant, okay? Ben had not made a single video, not a short, not a post. He had not made and put the video out. I shouldn't say made, he probably hadn't made videos. But like he
I
had
don't want to vacuum, no. I don't feel like it. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see it.
And they were already acting like these scared, like, little rats and roaches. He's a flight risk. Okay, is he a flight risk? Or is he,
Julio? It smells so good in here.
she sends people to do it, and I can literally show all these disclaimers, all these banners, all these many times I've said over and over, don't contact anybody. So since they can't get you on,
When he becomes a millionaire, he's going to get me a tufting gun.
and fake stalking and fake sending people after, then the next thing they do is, well, she just took it for crazy crap. Bitch, what do you think the New York Times is? What do you think NBC is? What do you think TMZ is? All them do stuff for crazy crap.
It is very cozy.
So this is just like, who gives a shit? You're calling the cops to say Ben wants clicks? Okay.
he was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff. You know, like before
trespassing and kind of stuff. Oh, God. Also, Ben said he's never been arrested in his life. The first time he was arrested was one day prior, when he was just simply trying to serve papers or have papers served onto Josh, which were valid papers for a valid court filing, a valid court case. He said he never got arrested. So this again is Ammon lying to the police in order to create a false story, to create some false perception in the cop's mind, which could literally put Ben's life in danger. The way that they are describing this stuff to the cops is a direct cause for how Ben and his friends and his crew and all those, some of them were kids, or at least one of them was, at the house later this day. It is a direct cause. The way that Ammon and Josh lie to the cops and say they did death threats, they threatened to kill us, they threatened to burn the building down with no evidence, by the way. They harass, they stalk, all this stuff. He's been arrested for trespassing. He's been arrested for this, that. That directly resulted in literally putting people's lives in danger. Anytime, 100% of the time, you were in the 4-H, put a 4 in the chat. 100% of the time, you point, or anyone points a loaded weapon at another human being, you are putting their life in danger. Even if your finger's not on the trigger.
It's not gonna work.
100% of the time. Anything can happen. Something can go wrong. Something can slip. Something can whatever. 100% of the time you point a weapon at somebody and it's loaded, you're putting their life in danger. And Ammon is one of the psychopaths who puts minors' lives in danger. He put a child's life in danger this very day by saying these false, over-dramatized lies about someone else to try and get his way. For Ammon to try to get his way, he put people's lives in danger, innocent people, including at least one child under the age of 18.
For videos and clips. He was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff. Like before, just I think in 2024. So that's what's happening. And so, but we like he's also been passing fraudulent gift certificates to financial farmers.
Another lie. There's a fraudulent gift certificate. Is he talking about the Guinness Book of World Records plaque? What's the fraudulent gift certificate? Is it the lottery? What's the fraudulent? Now he's accusing him of fraud to the cops.
And he's created fictitious and fraudulent contracts, and he's forged stuff.
It's interesting. You should probably start a list. Everything that Ammon accuses Ben of, we should check and see if Ammon has done something similar. Let's see if we can look. I wonder if the law Gormans have anything to say about a fictitious contract. I wonder if anybody that the McNess have done business with and legally mine want to have anything to say about a fictitious or a fraudulent contract or a forgery. Everything Ammon says about Ben, I think it's true about Ammon or somebody in that camp. You know, he has this psychology degree, so we'll get to that. But it seems like he's projecting to me. That's what it seems like to me.
He obtained some of these signatures by pretending to be a UPS delivery driver, or he had other people do that for him to try and get their signatures, to try and do more of this stuff. He's been filing fictitious or like other types of things with like Marion County, like small claims court, trying to just.
It's not fictitious, you stupid ass. It's a real lawsuit. So now we're doing goofy card number 6 over here. First of all, avoid service. Just don't get served for the lawsuit. Instead of taking the service for the lawsuit, call the cops and have the person trying to serve you arrested. And don't take service. And if that doesn't work, then just start calling the lawsuit fake. Just call it fake. Just call it fake. It wasn't fake, it was real. But he's like, oh, that's fake. That's fake.
So like create more content for himself. So that's what's going on. And so when he showed up to the store today,
I wonder if these uninitiated buffoons know that content creators can make content about anything. We don't have to make shit up. Now, that's not to say that people don't make shit up. They definitely do. But we don't have to. We don't have to make stuff up. We can just report on the actual stuff that y'all are doing. It's like crazy enough without having to make anything up.
We immediately called the police because we got people.
Hold on, he broke up.
No,
Hold on, he
Kirby.
just broke up
Yeah.
1 second there. Say that again?
Oh, sorry. So we distributed his photos to the various stores in the area to say, hey, if this guy shows up, immediately call the police because he's been told he is not to be visiting any of our stores. He's been told
That's fine. If he's been told don't go to any of the stores, he shouldn't go to the stores, fine.
be in contact with us. He was arrested yesterday for stalking for this exact same thing, and he immediately after getting out of jail went straight to one of our stores to stalk 4 of our staff.
Okay.
So when I called dispatch, just like I was on the phone with them when you called, and they said, yeah, somebody should be able to get more information to you, but I'm trying to get a hold of Detective Dore, who's been kind of managing the
Medina Dore enters the chats.
these cases, that
Medina Dore.
they've gotten a warrant, they've gathered information. I came and did
Yeah,
like
they got that warrant. Yep, the unconstitutional warrant. There's been 2 unconstitutional.
I'm gonna have to vacuum. I can't deal. You go
Dore
insane.
lied to the judge and got an unconstitutional, overly broad Google search warrant. And this was a sneak a peek warrant, which meant that Ben did not even be notified that this was going on and that all his stuff was being rifled through.
a virtual lineup, kind of pinpoints him.
Mr. Kirby, if you want to be able to stay in this chat room and be able to come back another time, you won't talk like that, okay? Thanks.
I just need some info. Kind of pinpoints him out of a lineup.
What did I do with my damn jewel?
I've gone through some stuff already with Oscar.
I set Julio down.
But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on. If I need to go and get some of my staff gone, so if he can't threaten them.
Yes, yoga time. But not really anything specific, just kind of focusing on a couple little areas that I'm trying to increase strength in. You can see my left shoulder, how my
Joshua Johnson
trap it's uneven.
has some freaking nerve.
So I need to bring this guy on the same level. I need also, if I stand with good posture, it's going to be crooked no matter what. Because this shoulder, it goes forward and up like this. This is how it wants to be all the time. My shoulder, if I could, it would be like this. It would be very nice. Actually, it feels very good. So I have to fight it on a daily basis to keep it here.
One from Josh Johnson when he said he was gonna, next time it ends today, next time I'm gonna I'm gonna shoot it, whatever. Told the dispatcher he was gonna shoot somebody. That's a death threat. That's a death threat. This is a death threat. This right here, what Ammon just said, is a death threat. If y'all don't do, if you police don't do what I want you to do, which is to unconstitutionally arrest Ben for no reason with no proof and no evidence and no probable cause, I'm gonna kill him. Actually, I'm not going to kill him. I'm gonna have a proxy to do so. So again, everything that Ammon is accusing Ben of doing,
That's a new one.
he just
Never heard
told
that
a
one
law
before.
enforcement officer he's going to arm his staff to shoot. What do you do with a gun, Mom? What is a gun for in a store, in a retail store? It's to shoot at a human being, it's to shoot a person. That's what it's
This is
for.
what I'm gonna be like.
What are guns
Watch
made
it on
to do?
camera.
Are they made to tickle? Are they made to play around? No. They're made to take human life. That's what they're made for. Or animal life, depending on what kind of gun it is. That's what it's for. Now, you can bring it to the range, you can bring it to target practice all day, but that's not what guns are for. So now we have Ammon McNabb making a death threat, saying, I'm going to have my proxies, my employees, have guns, so that if another journalist or YouTuber shows up to my store, I'm going to have them killed, I'm going to have them murdered, and there's nothing y'all can do about it, because if y'all would have just locked him up against his will like I wanted in the first place, I wouldn't have to have my employees killed.
Oh, my wings are so sore from
But I'm going to have
yesterday.
him killed. I'm just letting you know. So Ammon has now made a death threat to a cop.
Hey, this case is proceeding, or they're going to go find him and rearrest him because he clearly hyper-violated something.
Or if you don't want me to kill him or have my employees kill him, you can go arrest him. So Ammon is giving a violent, sociopathic ultimatum here to the cops. Y'all do what I want you to do. I'm going to name drop Detective Dore. I'm going to name drop all these other jurisdictions. I'm going to threaten to have my proxies murder a journalist. Or you could just go pick him up and arrest him so I don't kill him. That's pretty much what I'm hearing. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you're hearing. Put a 1 in the chat if you're hearing the same thing I'm hearing. You know, maybe you're not. Put a 2 if you're not. We'll see. Thank you, Dark Sahara Rose, for the $2 super chat. He is a sociopath, not me, LLC. I like how it rhymes. Thank you, Miguel, for becoming a member. Thank you to Nice to meet you for the $10. Always doing awards at work. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy, for the $20 super chat. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you, Scott, for the 6 gems makeup brush, and Wendy for the makeup brush. Thank you, Christy, for the 222 Year of the Sun. #1 in line.
What are you doing?
I can't.
What are you doing?
YouTube, Rose investigates in the chat. Rose investigates stumbled in here in the David live last night.
Doing shit like that,
lost. They were like, I don't see a brick, I don't see a minifig. Lying for the Lord, Mormon since the 1900s. They gotta come out of that. We gotta start telling the truth for the Lord, okay? Thank you, Player Profit, for the $5 Canadian. Thinking about how Ammon or maybe Josh Johnson was waving off his lies by saying he was just so angry. Yeah, that was Josh. He was so belligerent he couldn't be trusted. Yep, that way they can lie.
I love you too.
Thank you to David Taylor for the 10 gems. Gold coin. Thank you to Dawn for the $5. Any jury in the U.S. would see through all this nonsense right away. I hope so. I really hope so. Thank you, Sniff, for the makeup brush and the butterfly for 50 gems. Thank you, thank you.
What?
Thank you, Yvette, for the silver star. 2 gems. Thank you to Dawn for $5. Isn't it odd that Ammon...
Money, stop it!
And Brandon Best hasn't said anything? Yeah, it's very odd.
Dude!
I do not know what's about.
Get
Thank
down.
You, Freak, for the $5. Dore must have told Google accounts, and now he and his family are making synchronized calls.
Of course,
for
you're doing
service.
this while I'm in the middle of
Could
something.
have. Let me find out Medina Dore shared any of that information with them. Ooh, that's her job, that's her ass, that's her freedom. She's gonna need to go to prison after that if she did that. Thank you, Zanny, for the $4.99. Please take this to trial.
My God,
Cameras in the
yes,
courtroom.
Jesus.
Is there any way it could? Yeah, it could. They could. It's a state. No. Federal, no. But these 2 criminal cases in state court, yeah, could be. Thank you to
I'm coming for you, bitch.
Rolaya for the 30
What are you
gems.
doing? You're not allowed up there.
$5 super chat.
I
All
guess
I
you
hear
can come
is
up here. All right,
them
look, let me make you a
constantly
spot.
threatening to harm Ben and
Okay?
Max doing nothing. Yup. That's how
Let me
that's
make you
how
a
I
spot.
hear it. Thank you, Rose. For the $2, David Barlow.
Stay. Where you are.
Is that
Stay
a
where you
judge?
are.
He name dropped him here? No. The federal judge lives on the same street as Ammon. You lying.
Okay.
Thank you, Theo, for the 10 gems.
Hold on.
Thank you, Joey. Jai, for becoming a new member. Thank you to Strange Currency.
I'm literally coming back up here for you.
Thank you to Rose Investigates. Sorry, Matt, the cop Ammon mentions in this vid. Matt Barlow? Is he related to David Barlow? Now I'm real confused. Thank you for the $2. Thank you,
Right here,
Matt
come on.
Noble Rescues for the
There
10
you go.
gems. Oh,
You
Lord,
gotta
they
spot the
got
way down.
poops in here. No, not the poopy gate. Not the poopy gate. Were y'all putting 1s? Okay, so this is what y'all are hearing.
There, now you got a spot.
Genius, AC, Merles,
Do not
Nathan
even
said, for Ammon to be
think about
this
that.
desperate to get Ben arrested, he clearly is guilty and he stole
If
the
you
Legos.
even
Love
consider
Nine,
jumping
said,
on top of that,
one.
you are
I'm
going to
sorry,
lose your
Cece,
privilege.
Zan, Love My
Don't even look
Monsters,
up. Don't
Fat
even
Panda
look at it.
Lions, Hello There Sunshine said 1.
Don't even
Burger
look at it.
Fiend,
Don't
Be
you look at
More.
it.
I mean, there's 1s. There's just 1s as far as the eye can see. 1. There's
Don't
all these
you
1s. So y'all
look
are
at
hearing
it.
the same thing as
Don't.
me. That actually this is a death threat coming from Ammon.
Rule by getting out of jail.
Good girl. You just want me to touch you? She was looking at my hands. My hand is here. I'm nervous with you in these fucking cords now that I see that you're chewing cords again. Is it in your way? There you go. Is that better? Yes. Okay. She sat down, that means yes. are you such a pain in the butt? I like you better when you can go out. I'm sorry that you can't go outside. I'm sorry. But you can't. You're too stupid for city life, baby girl. You're a creature of the wild, and you belong in the wild, or you belong safely contained. You'll get hit by a car because you're stupid. You'll last one day out there with all them trucks and stuff, tractors and stuff. I know you just want to go get rat-a-tap-tapped with that Siamese cat, but it's not happening, Mama. She just wants to go get fucked. Because she's a whore. Okay, it is charging as long as we just don't touch it. Hopefully it will stay charging.
There's got to be something we can do to stop this guy from continuing to intimidate our staff.
So, what
Yeah, so we should give the staff guns so they can intimidate them instead.
is the place of business is at 658 South State Street here in Orem, correct?
Hey, hello, listen to
That's
me.
where
Corporate stores.
Bitch!
And that's where
Leave that cord alone! You can't touch it, or it'll stop charging!
Motion to strike from the record, harassment.
Don't look at me like that.
Designation,
Come here.
And nobody knows anybody harassed. He also didn't provide
Come
any
here.
proof or any evidence at all of harassment. Going to a store is not harassment.
correct?
Correct. He went there to intimidate our staff through his repeated intimidation tactics, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, so this is what I need. I need
This might be the other one my mom's driving, by the way.
are the employees that this happened to, are they working currently?
I believe so, yes. And I can come and meet you at the store.
I think so too. Vinyas? Vinesh? I think so too. I think it's police manipulation. It's showing that they are considering bodily harm. And this is to make the police armed or, alarmed and on edge. It's to put the police on edge. Like, oh my God, if I don't do something, someone might die. And it's also to make it seem like what Ben is doing is way worse than what he's actually doing. Because what Ben is actually doing at most is annoying. It's annoying them. And I actually have always said this, I do still believe it. There is a certain level of like civil, annoyance that like once you pass the threshold, you are harassing. There's a certain amount of like, leave me alone. Don't come to my house several times. Don't come to my, private business several times, things like that. But coming to a store one time is not harassment. That's not what it is. Like, it's not. Going to one store and then not getting the answer you want and being told to go to another store and then you go to that other store is not harassment. And they need to stop throwing these terms around.
Well,
Okay.
Oh my God, that's thunder.
You wanna meet me
We're about to have a lightning storm.
Raquel said, is this before the Airbnb raid? No. The Airbnb raid happens about 3 hours later. So they hadn't even gotten the search warrant yet. And that, again, that's why I said this call right here and these other calls that Josh has been making and these reports, these false reports that Josh and Ammon and the rest have been making leading up to this point did directly put people's lives in danger. Because I'm not sympathetic to any of these cops, to be fair. Like, I'm not sympathetic to them at all. They have a duty to investigate things. And I've made dozens, if not, possibly over hundreds of hours, certainly thousands over the last several years of police corruption and tyranny and pointing out when they are not doing their job. So there's not a lot of people on the whole internet who have held cops more accountable than me. Okay, so that being said, I can kind of see
Papa, please delete any
Ow.
weirdos.
if
There's
many
anybody being
cops are
creepy,
getting
'cause this is
all
just
these
like-
calls from all these jurisdictions and all these different
I think we
people.
just had
And every
See
one of them
anybody
is
being
saying the
weirdo.
same thing. There was death threats. There was blowing up the building threats. Threats of arson, harassment, stalking, intimidation, threats. I can actually see the cops being like, shit, we gotta do something. Someone might die. Josh is threatening to shoot people. Ammon's threatening to get guns and shoot people or have them shot. So they are responsible for escalating this situation. The McNutt parties and the Josh Johnsons, that's what I see. That's how I see it. Robert said it's a step-by-step planting a narrative at this police department and all of them. Because this is a new police department we're looking at here in this video. We've dealt with Provo, that's Doré. We've dealt with American Ford, that's ASMR guy, Cole Richardson, and all of them. This is Orem, a different police department.
Or, what I like to do is have people write a statement based on all the facts, all the information that they have.
Oh my God. Imagine this is true. Rainmaster said, I think Medina Doré shared that first video with him, and he's petrified it's gonna get released. I think so too. Because remember, it was 1 month before this. It was in February that Medina Doré got that Google search warrant. So probably by March, she had seen the videos and everything on his Google account. She probably either shared that video with him or she watched it herself and told him, look, it's bad. We got to get him arrested. We got to get him killed. He wants Ben to die. He wants to kill Ben or he wants Ben to be dead. That is clear from the parts of this that I've already seen. To me, my opinion. My opinion. In Utah, you can't just simply take the word of a YouTuber from California over a church member in good standing. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2 super chat. Yeah, that was a good theory. That was a good theory. I liked that theory.
Everything that you can get. The more detailed, the better, right?
Right, we need actual facts. Thank you, Cop. Thank you, Cop. Didn't think I'd be saying that. We need everything we can get. We need like actual facts and like actual evidence, please.
Write a statement. You'll send that to me on my email. I can attach that to my report, and then I can send it all to detectives. Okay?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna start my little FOIA sheet for this. Grandma. Ammon's written statement to the cop. Mention at 14:25.
Dude, the amount of full body stretching that is happening from doing this is insane.
FOIA grandma together here.
That way
Just
they can
turning my
actually
foot side to
something
side
wrong with it.
Right.
is like stretching the entire side.
But
If I turn it that way, it's stretching the entire side.
Better. If you have video of him showing up to the place, I need that.
My left side is
To
so
your
fucked.
place of business here, obviously. You know, if we can get that video, that would be fantastic. You know, all those.
So I guess,
Has he been trespassed before?
so he's been trespassed at multiple locations,
Okay.
including our corporate offices down here in Provo, like just down in the Riverwoods.
Okay.
And again, he's been trespassed from like personal residences, you know, like, but unless we suddenly put a trespass on every potential place, you know, like in every jurisdiction, you know, like, he's just gonna keep showing up at all the different stores, because we've got stores in South Jordan, we've got stores in Taylor, you know, like all these things, right? Like,
Do you know if they issued?
You know what else I find ironic? You know what else I find ironic? When it suits them, they're hypocrites, obviously. When it suits them, all those stores are independent. That's independently owned and operated, on nothing to do with us. If you have a problem with them, you gotta go handle it with them. However, when they want to play the victim, when they want to get someone killed or arrested, they will act like those are their store. Everything's theirs now all of a sudden. That's our store. We have all these hundreds of stores. Okay. Do you have the stores, or are they independently owned and operated? Which one is it? Figure it out and then let us know.
A stock inspection on this guy, or a
I don't, that's
professional?
part of what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get that information. I don't.
Well, of course, it's a leap at this point, AC, because we haven't gotten to the point in the video where he says it. So, of course, it's going to be a leap if y'all haven't even heard the damn thing I'm talking about yet.
Well, it's been done since he was arrested yesterday.
Sure.
Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night.
And
then to
also-
have this happen all-
And also, just save your sympathy until you hear what he actually says about Ben. Because again, hypocrites. On the one hand, they can make up any and all kinds of things. You are going to faint if you haven't heard already what he makes up out of thin freaking air about Ben, as this is about to happen. 30 minutes from now, 25 minutes in this recording from now, his body cam. So, it is my strong opinion and belief that Ammon and Josh would like Ben to be dead. I cannot get inside their sociopathic minds, of course. I'm not a doctor, I can't diagnose anyone. But I do believe they want him dead, and it is because of things said in this video.
Again, like everyone's still in some pretty significant trauma that he's just not going to stop.
Yeah, so it's not the police or corrections that let him.
And then to have this,
Listen to this.
trying to get that information, I don't know what has been done since he was arrested yesterday.
Sure.
Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night.
We want him arrested. Go arrest him. We sighed a big sigh of relief, and you are the public servant that needs to come and make sure that I can sigh sighs of relief. So you need to go get Ben. Go get him. Go get him.
And then to have this happen all over again, like everyone's still in some pretty significant trauma that he's just not going to stop.
Yeah, so it's not the police or corrections that let him out. That's going to be a judge, right? And so that would be a complaint that would have to be directed towards their office to find out what's the deal. Why would we let this guy out when he's stopping us? Right? That's
Yeah. So yeah, really quick. Sorry, let me grab a pen. Who do I contact for that?
you'll have.
Let me get a pen real quick. How do I get in contact with the judge and let him know I don't like them? Bam. I need to tell the judge where's my pen. Let me get a pen. Let me get a pen. You contact 911, idiot.
Contact someone from the 4th District Court.
4th District Court.
Yep, and just for my record, your name and
Amen. Amen.
okay, perfect. All right. Let's see. Okay. I need to contact the jail and see if they did a no contact order and find out what's going on with him.
Okay.
1 second.
My tablet just randomly jumped off the fucking
Now, it may
thing.
have been just on a
It literally
but if
lifted
that's
up and
the case,
came
then,
off.
like, what do we need to do to make sure that he has no contact?
Surprise announcement. I have merch and it looks like this. So it's on pre-order. You can do pre-orders. And I will upload the link. I'll upload
I
the
was
link
staring right at it when it happened just now.
Look at that.
Stop it.
Kayla.
My cat is nowhere around, so.
Alright. BJC Live Show. You can get this merch at thatsurprisewitness.com. Surprise! Surprise!
That was crazy.
Description.
It literally came up, like, so, I mean, it does fall out. Like, it's not in here tight.
All my merch is
So it does, like, come out really easily. But when I was
new merch just dropped.
staring at it, it went like this.
Description box as of
Up and then out. It didn't
Size
just
is small
it didn't
through
just
4XL.
fall forward. I always position it slightly back like this so it
Shipping
cannot
everywhere but
fall
Utah.
forward. So
No,
I don't know.
They could definitely have them in Utah. I should do free shipping to Utah.
It could have
so they
been,
can
you know,
go around.
an optical illusion, and I could be making a mountain out of a molehill, but that was just,
And like,
I mean, I was looking right at it.
what do we need to do to make sure that he has no contact whatsoever with anybody related to Brits and Users around?
You can't do that.
So you would have to fill out a stalking injunction for your entire business, right? And send that through to a judge. And you would do that at UT.
You have food in your bowl right there.
That's where
You have
put
food in your bowl.
application, or you can go to the 4th
You
District
already
Court
have food in your bowl.
And actually file, fill out an application there. But I suggest you put all evidence that you have against this.
You need to put the evidence in there. It can't just be your word. You gotta actually provide facts, evidence, statements, under penalty of perjury and all of that.
On that's, it sounds like a stalking injunction is what would be appropriate. There's restraining orders, there's, protection orders, there's a bunch of different things that they can do, right? But there is stuff they can do. It's not,
Nope.
It's not hopeless, right? There is stuff that they can
Do not jump up there.
I don't know if the detective described that.
You've got your own bed right there. Go get in your bed. Right there.
Specifically because when we originally started talking,
Money.
Obviously he first started off going over like extortion. He's like, hey, pay me all this money and I'll leave you guys alone.
As Officer Detective Dorian told you, Ammon, months ago, there is no extortion. There's no
Hello?
code for extortion.
Hello?
You said,
Hello?
right. So you're lying to the cops again.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, anyway, there's a lot more that goes into it, but that's essentially what we started the whole process with the Grove Police Department because he was harassing us, saying, well, hey, I'll leave you guys alone and stop filming anything on myself. You guys just pay me like $200,000.
It's interesting, Tattle, that I'm your favorite creator, because I saw you in the Reddit talking about my video made you bored. So, I'll be in the Reddit and I'll be seeing what y'all say. They said I got bored during my video, so I don't know how I could be your favorite creator if you got so bored.
BJ, my God, you're a fucking
Yeah, Leah,
butthole.
please. Search warrant, officer, wrestling pigs in the mud, filthy, divorced harlot. She's not even 35 years old, then on her second, third husband.
They have, like I said, they have to come in and look at multiple things.
And she's the moral authority on what we need to do. Wrestling pigs, abusing animals.
She is a very nice cat.
Line up with for images, and they have me
She's a good girl.
pinpoint him and identify him through that double one.
Yeah, that little fake, little phony, little stupid, little theater lineup that they did.
And so, I know that Officer Dory has all that information about him. But he's in his mid to late 20s.
Okay.
And he wears meta.
Dude, it is thundering so bad right now.
That's how he's filming all his content.
Okay. Alright, do you know if he's been trespassed from your property or specifically?
No, this was his first time to our knowledge of him showing up at the forum location.
Okay.
So, sorry, and while we're still on the phone, you want me running up to meet you again at the forum location?
Yes, I'll just meet you up there here in just a second.
You better get off the phone, you're gonna drive, that's a crime.
I'm just
Or whatever, non-moving violation, whatever.
get everything entered here. I'm gonna have to contact the jail really quick and find out what happened with a potential no contact order. See if there's one available.
Yeah, and can the jail expand that no contact order? Or is that still have to go?
Can the people at the jail? Can the people at the jail make it to where Ben doesn't investigate me anymore? Can the people at the jail? Now I see why Ben's reaction to this video was goo goo gaga goo goo goo. Because that's the only thing you can say when a baby is mad. You mean to tell me that people at the jail don't have any control over people's rights? People that haven't done any crimes? The jail should be able to jail. What about the people at the jail?
Okay, keep that one right there tight.
Good to know.
I will call the let's see if that's, give me 1 second.
Dude, it is thundering so bad, dude. Sounds like there's a fucking hip hop sports vehicle driving through town. I need to check the fire. Fire stuff. Dude, it is crazy how those leg stretches that I was doing earlier with the rubber band, it like adjusted my fucking hip, my pelvis where it needs to be.
Relevant information about him other than his YouTube channel. And again,
About 2 years ago, I went for like a year of my life with my tailbone sticking out, like coming out this way a little bit. It hurt so bad to like walk, to do anything. And one day I was like, I'm gonna fix this. And I spent like a month doing what I'm doing right now. Light yoga, some exercising, hyper focusing on that area and the areas that attach to it. And I loosened muscles that were tight. I worked out muscles that were loose, and I was able to pop it back into place. And I'm telling you, the day that it did, I felt tingles go through all of my appendages, and like a wave of like, I almost got nauseous. It was so like intense.
Wrestling cow, that crazy, possibly killer, lunatic Medina Dore, who lies to judges with ease for her friends or for her, the people that she wants to be helping out. She has way more than just his driver's license information.
Prosecutor's office to go after I think the original case was going to be specific to aggravated interference with economic.
Okay, is there a wildfire camera anywhere around me?
Extortion, that's what you said a while ago, but now it's aggravated interference with economic, and that also didn't get charged. They did not charge him with that.
Okay, that looks good.
This essentially?
Yeah, it's a, absolutely, yeah, it's a Class A misdemeanor.
Dude, we've got no power. There's a power outage right around the corner.
This used to be the case with Proton, but this is no longer
Dude,
the case.
this is a bad storm, but I don't think it's going to be much rain. I think it's just a dry summer electric storm.
Well, I think they were trying to get it bumped up to a felony.
Yeah, crack a sauce.
Did he say trumped up?
There's your clip.
Well, I think they were trying to get it bumped up to a felony.
Trumped up. They were trying to get it trumped up to a felony. That's actually an accidental. They get it trumped
Containment
up.
updated, 100%.
Trumped up to a felony. Now, I'm old enough to remember before Donald Trump was the president ever, and now Trump has its own connotations or whatever. There used to be like a saying like trumped up. Like trumped up charges means like nothing to do with Donald Trump, by the way. It used to mean falsely inflated, overinflated. They were gonna get somebody for some little speeding ticket, but they ended up getting them for XYZ, LMNOP, now they're in prison, whatever. This is a trumped up charge. So he accidentally has a little slip there and says, trumped up.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's a Class A misdemeanor, right?
Well, I think they were trying to get it bumped up to a felony.
Trumped up.
He
I
said
guess
bumped
he might have
up.
said bumped up.
He
It's
said
kinda hard
bumped up.
to- Dude's opening his can of Pepsi right
Yo,
as
he
he
said bumped up.
He's still in multiple states and consequently crimes and coming to extort and threaten and all sorts of other stuff.
Then you should call the FBI.
And I would assume with the aggravation
Tornado alerts.
stalking charges, they're
I don't like these storms because these storms, when there's no rain, it's just fire. So we're dry right now. And the area, like in Eugene, the greater Eugene area right now, it is like known as hay season because there are towns like not so much where I live, but on the other side, like on the north side of Eugene and like on the, mostly on the north side. It's like the sod capital of the United States of America. And they are producing sod and hay at the same time. So what they cut down and give for hay is the sod that you get probably. But anyway, so everywhere you drive in Eugene right now, there's like hay all over the ground, just everywhere. It's blowing around everywhere. It's just everywhere. There's hay everywhere, because these trucks are transporting the hay to export and to sell to locals, and so they're driving with just open bales of hay on the back of their truck, like 500 bales of hay. It just goes everywhere. It sucks being in behind them in traffic when you don't have AC. That's for sure. Dude, it doesn't recognize my fucking face.
Yes, he is.
Give me 1 second, I just gotta make sure. Trespassed.
I'm gonna keep my knees out.
It's sweet. Sweet like Twigga.
Holy cow. Alright, he's docking, arrested 3/10 of 26. So he was arrested, it was just yesterday, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, alright.
For trying to serve Josh. That was when he was wearing that blue hoodie, and he was with the process server, and it was a real case, and then American Port Police Chief came out and lied and said that the case had already actually been served on Josh, which was a lie. And there's proof of this lie because later on, the American Port Police Department itself served the lawsuit after, Ben was arrested for trying to serve the lawsuit.
Okay, I definitely found it. Let's see. Alright, I need to see.
Why does my hand hurt so bad all of a sudden?
Okay, I'm gonna call the jail right now and find out if they did a no contact order. If they did, and if your business is a part of that, we get them for violation of a protection order also. So
This is what Josh is trying to do. This is why Josh is running here and there and everywhere, over the mountain and through the woods to grandmother's house, and every federal judge and every state judge will listen, trying to get a protective order, because this is what they really want. They want him and Hank Ben up on these, like, well, technically. So instead of arguing and fighting over whether they stole somebody's Legos and whether they're involved in a criminal enterprise, they want to point fingers at Ben and say, he violated a protective order, and I'm scared and I have a gun, I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to shoot him, I have a gun, and he violated a protective order. That's what they want to do. That's why they're always just trying to get these protective orders. Now, the cop is kind of aggravating me, for sure. But again, like, this cop is not in American Court. This is Orem. It appears like the guy doesn't even have any idea what's going on, and all he knows is what Ammon has told him. He knows Ben has been arrested. He doesn't know any of the context. So he's like, all right, look, if there's a protective order and he's still trying to come over there, we might be able to arrest him for violating that protective order. Because, like, on the one hand, like, I don't want to lose the trees for the forest. If someone's really being stalked and really being threatened, they should be able to call the cops. And the cops should tell them, get a protective order, get a restraining order, go to victim services here, go to this address there, you can send it to the judge, you can send it to the cops should do, this is the cop's job. But the cop is doing his job in response to lies. And what I will say is, this cop at the very least has said, you have to send evidence of this. You have to send evidence in of this. You have to send it all at once. You have to write a written statement. You have to provide the evidence. You have to, or else nothing's going to move forward here. Yeah, but don't forget, they tried to say that Ben had somebody shoot out the window of the dad, and the police came and said it looks like a construction worker actually broke the window. I got a lot of updates on that, by the way, and I have a full documentary coming out. It was supposed to come out last week, but I was waiting for some evidence and I was waiting for some other stuff. But look, since y'all are in here, let me show y'all a little sneak peek. Let me show y'all a little sneak peek, and you tell me, does this look like a shot out window to you? Okay, this is just a little sneak peek for the people in the live, and I guess the people watching the replay. Here's one of the pictures that recently came in, hot off the hot off the press. Here's the shot out window, the so-called shot out window. Can somebody tell me where it was shot out? Is this the little hole? This is the shot out part, or where is it shot out? I want to know. I want to know where it's shot out, because it don't look shot out to me. Let me put a poll up. Y'all tell me, is this shot out? Is this, just your understanding of the English language, is this shot out?
I hope that for every person watching this live stream, that you one day, or do have currently, the courage to do goofy shit and not give a fuck if anyone's looking at you or not.
Shot out.
Don't be afraid to look stupid.
Or is it a lie?
Because if I could do it, I'm a retard, right? If I could do it, you could do it.
Shot out. Yeah, this is
I want to like focus down here. Why does my hand hurt so bad all of a sudden?
Here's the poll. Y'all vote and let me know. Y'all vote and let me know. Is this shot out? Now I have many other pictures, but this is just a sneak peek. This is a sneak peek. I'm looking for the part where it's shot out. Now, interestingly, not to get too far in the weeds here, because we've got something else we're working on here. It looks like maybe there's one little thing went through here. But is it shot out? Is the window shot out? Now look, here's the nail heads here. It's almost like the cut nail head. One of them almost flew directly.
Why
up
does
here.
AT&T keep calling me? I'm not an AT&T customer.
So remember, Dan McNabb tried to say Ben.
Someone
shot
from
out
AT&T
his window.
keeps fucking calling me, telling me about
Who
saving
watches the
money
Watchers?
on my bill. They've called me 4
Who
times.
watches the Watchers? Turns out it's me, Dan. I'm watching, and that wasn't nothing shot out, buddy boy. Good thing they chose the window directly above the construction work. Mastermind criminals. Shattered, no doubt. For sure it's shattered. I would agree. Daddy Dan was just jealous the attention wasn't on him. He was not getting enough sympathy. He wasn't getting enough sympathy and attention. He wasn't getting enough people feeling bad for him. So he had to make the story about himself when it had nothing to do with him.
That's another charge, obviously. I mean, we'll stack them until they leave you guys alone, I guess. You know what I mean? Or they put them in jail, one or the other. So, give me just 1 second. I'm going to contact the jail, and then I'm going to come over. Let's see here. Can you pull? You have the ability to pull video so that I can prove that he was there.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then let's see here, because I can stack. I'll try to stack it on this.
He's literally talking about how he's going to charge him with the...
This is what they want to do. And this is what Lady Rimovich also tried to do to me. She called all the cops she could and said the same stuff about me. She's stalking, she's harassing, she's sending people to stalk and harass. None of it was true, by the way. And then she tried to stack it all up. So what she did was she sued me in federal court for defamation, which she lost 3 times. And I won 3 times. And then when she lost that first time, then she was like, well, shit, that didn't work. So then she went to a different jurisdiction.
And yet here you are,
to get a
Patricia.
restraining order against me, which she did get.
Oh, I didn't realize I was nodding
she
out.
lied in these court papers and said that I was doing things I never would do. She said I was doing things that there was proof that I didn't do. And then what she did was she used the temporary restraining order as proof for the next thing. So they would try to piggyback all these things together and then be like, this is the whole case and the stalking and it, like the foundation was not true. The second layer was not true. The third layer was not true. But they stack and stack and stack, and eventually it's like, oh my God, look, 27 calls have come in. Oh look, all these reports. Oh look, all these fake witnesses that BJ's never talked to in her life. And so these people, and I believe they are criminally minded. It is my opinion. They are, all innocent until proven guilty, but I think they think in a criminally minded way, like criminals. That's how it seems to me. So then this is what they want. They want protective orders based on, who cares if it's based on lies? They don't care. Because once there's a protective order, Then somebody breaks it, now you violated a protective order. And no one's really asking anymore whether the protective order should have been in place in the first place. So it puts the people who follow rules under restriction, and then the criminally minded lunatic, sociopaths and psychopaths get to keep lying about you. And it's crazy that there's really very, very often not any justice or any accountability when these criminally minded psychopathic lunatics just lie about good, honest people.
Cases. So the thing that this happened, let me see if I can find this. Where's that here?
Damn, my legs are so strong.
American 4 case number.
Yeah, I've got extensive notes available to be able to provide to you. In fact, I spent most of my morning this morning compiling all of the notes that you took to be able to provide this to our attorneys, because this is a collusion between multiple parties.
Every accusation is a confession. Sure is collusion between multiple parties. And JG said Ammon is getting advice from a police somewhere on how to work and game the system. And I wonder if it's Doré. I wonder if it is disgusting, sycophant Medina Doré.
They're looking at doing a potential civil RICO case, and I would not be surprised if the prosecutor might look at this as a federal RICO case, because there's these 3 individuals.
Ironic.
It's going to be a federal RICO case. And the longer that y'all act like this, the more certain I am of it. But it ain't going to be going in the direction that you think.
Coordinating between California, Oregon, and here in Utah, obviously.
The irony is it totally is federal now, but against you, sir.
Even though he was never charged with harassment or extortion. Now the cops just taking a snack break.
So, yeah, I've got lots of details that I can provide.
Okay, so provide them.
I'm just going to figure this out.
So provide them, Aaron.
Okay, sir. I'm going to call the jail, and then I will meet you over there, okay?
Okay, perfect. See you then a little bit.
Yep, bye.
Bye-bye.
He's so dramatic, just like his daddy. A lot.
Are you good? Are you okay?
Right, somebody could be breaking into a car and stealing somebody's life savings out of that trunk or something over there. The car alarm is going off, and this cop, who's supposed to be protected and serving against actual crimes, is more worried about Ammon's lives
Okay.
than the car alarm.
It's okay. He's okay.
J 363 away.
I do think, possibly Neil said, is it weird that he's okay saying it's a federal RICO case, but then in the civil suit they filed in Utah? Maybe, I don't know how the damages and stuff work. It's possible that they were trying to just stay in
Dude, these
Utah
little
state court. If you file
onesie
a
outfit
federal
things are so
RICO, then
comfortable.
It should be federal question jurisdiction, so Ben would have been able to very easily
Keep
remove
you
that to
from
federal
getting
court, which he was
overly
able to do
hot.
anyway. So I'm not really exactly sure, the answer to this question specifically. However, I do think that
I hate the trains going by it when it's hot, fucking dry like this.
Until like 2 months later, is because
I
they did not
am
want to
wonderful.
spend their own money on a lawsuit. I think they wanted the cops to pursue these criminal charges and these
Kind of just
criminal
waiting for the
lawsuits
people to
against
come and
men,
fix
so
my
they could just be
refrigerator.
like the crime victims and get stronger statutory protections as victims of crimes. I think that they didn't
I
want
don't know
to
what time
stay
they're supposed
their
to come.
money hard and
Wait.
loud enough.
Yo, dude, how crazy is it? How crazy is it that there is this fucking, this, cyclospora outbreak, and it's been traced back to Taylor Farms, which they get their food, their actual lettuce from Mexico, okay? In Mexico, the regulations are not as stringent as they are here. And I mean, even with strict regulations here, shit still happens. But do you know why there is a cyclospora outbreak right now, specifically in Mexico? It's because they cannot afford to pay for the fertilizer. Fertilizer costs are like hundreds of thousands of dollars right now. Fertilizer is insane. I was listening to a farmer go over his costs, and he literally doesn't have enough to pay for the fertilizer that he needs to get just in order to bring his crop. We're gonna have a huge food shortage in like 6 months. And it's gonna be bad because all of the fertilizer has been going to the war effort and to Israel. So Mexico, the geniuses that they are, have decided they're going, and I mean, I say this like they don't do it in the United States, because they do. It's called like biofertilizer or something like that. Anyways, if you didn't grow it, don't eat it. Lettuce is listen, lettuce is one of the easiest things to grow. Do you know how you have weeds growing between the cracks of concrete and stuff like that? Lettuce is a weed just like that, okay? It is totally a weed, and it will grow crazy. Just throw some lettuce seed in your yard, and you will have lettuce forever. Forever. So it's one of the easiest plants to grow ever, because, I mean, have you ever tried to like grow a weed? You know, they just grow. They just come up in wherever they can. That is lettuce. Lettuce does that. So please. Mexico itself is a beautiful country, but unfortunately, the people have been manipulated, lied to, bamboozled, lived under, you know, fucking criminal rule. They have a fucking Jewish female president right now. Obviously, something ain't right. An Israeli president, actually. So, shit's just all kinds of fucked up, you know, and I can assure you that the goal is not to keep the systems running smoothly and keep us all fed and, you know, shit like that. So we've really got to be preparing for bad shit. Bad shit. So please just start growing lettuce. Tomatoes and lettuce are some of the easiest things to grow. If you live in a warm or a tropical climate, you could grow tomatoes year round, and you will have so many fucking tomatoes that you literally don't know what to do with them all. Tomatoes grow like crazy. And if you get an indeterminate one, then it'll just like be putting out tomatoes like all the time. If you get a determinate one, then they all grow their tomatoes at the same time, they shed their tomatoes, and then the plant is done. But if you get indeterminate, then it will give you tomatoes constantly, as long as you take good care of it. No, I wouldn't grow iceberg lettuce. I mean, grow what, I can't remember what it's called. It's not the Caesar, it's not romaine lettuce either. I can't remember what it's called. But if you go to the grocery store and you buy the organic lettuce that is like, has its like root ball still attached kind of, and it's in that plastic thing, and it's like a little, like a floret, the leaves are like, it kind of looks like light colored, maybe it's butter lettuce. And butter lettuce is better for you. Iceberg lettuce has basically zero, you know, it's hydrating. So that's good. But it's just a filler, iceberg lettuce. If you use butter lettuce or spinach greens, which will grow wild the same way that lettuce will, if you use that stuff, then you're getting more nutrients. Spinach has a lot of iron in it, almost comparable to red meat. Yep, bell peppers too. All peppers. All of the capsicum variety of fruits and vegetables, whatever you want to call it. All of the capsicum ones will grow like crazy. Also, edible flowers are always a good idea too. Chamomile. Etc.
American fork case number.
Marigolds.
Last four of that are going to be 203.
Just don't eat marigold seeds. Make sure that if you eat marigold flowers, you remove all the seeds from them. You only eat the petals. Seeds are dangerous. They can pierce your intestines. Thank you so much. Star, you're so sweet. Thanks, Gism. Potatoes are easy to grow too, yep.
Gas station bag.
Man, the shoulder is like really... Maybe that's the spot right there.
They're checking to see if he has a protective order. Thank you, Justice, for the makeup brush. Thank you, Mutt Mobile Rescues, for the gold coin 10 gems, and also to Player Profit. Thank you, Rose Investigates 15, 1937. Okay, so that's way in the future. Okay, cool. Think of $2. Mentions Matt and the cop is a neighbor. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Giant Sue, for $2. Is this witness intimidation? Am I saying that the nicotine matches?
Oh, it's like right in my shoulder blade, the muscle that's being targeted right now.
More dirt on American Forest Police Department. Cops video. Gen 10. What's my whole at?
Shoulder.
405 votes. 92% of y'all said no. That window is not knocked out, shot out. That is a lie. Only cops. They said something on American Fork. Is it a different case?
It's like targeting this muscle, like right here on the edge of my scapula. It's like so weak and underdeveloped. Unbelievable.
Oh, I see. Yeah, American. This right here.
No wonder I struggle at work.
American
If you're gonna work with men, you need to be strong as men.
Everything. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that on here because
I'll definitely get stronger just working, but some muscles just never get hit.
$2. I thought cops can't legally give out legal advice. They're not supposed to. Thank you, Dream Sigils, for the one gifted membership. Thank you, Danielle. Danielle. For the 100 gems and the high five. The real bone factory with $5 super chat. And is pushing the idea that. Oh, right. So this is going to be coming up later in the video, but yes, it is egregious in so many ways. The real bone factory, thank you for $5. That Ammon says what he says. If y'all haven't seen it yet, it's coming up later in this video. Also, Ammon pushing the idea that kids that get S8 are going to become a sociopath, so he's punching down on victims. Right. right. There's so many things wrong with what he said. Oh my god, it blew my mind. I was watching Sheldon react to it yesterday, and he like seemed to like glitch / short circuit. Thank you, Kitty, for the $10 super chat. I don't think title meant bored of you. Okay, well, they should be clearer when they say things out in the public on my name. Thank you, Kronk Stump, for the 450 gems. Thank you, Wendy, for the $5. Word on the curve, Josh was selling Lego for cash in the back to make it untraceable. Could be. Thank you, Emblazoned Designs, for the £2 super chat. Shot out equals insurance claim. Could be. Could be. Thank you, Julie, for the $4.99. My lie counter broke trying to keep track of all the lies. Me too. Me too. It's like I can't try to keep up. Thank you for becoming a new member, the big Buddha Bear. Thank you, Fly Chomper Fly, for the $2 super chat. The cops have been Ben's. Wait, sorry. The cops also have Ben's protected informants. I don't know who that is. Thank you, B4 Better, for the 6 gems makeup brush. Thank you to MJ for the 30 gems and flour. Thank you to Possibly Neil for the €5 super chat. Thanks for the detailed answer. That's absolutely vile behavior on their part, putting lives in danger to save a buck.
There it is.
Grim stuff indeed. Thank you, Salt and Exile, for gifting 1 live show membership. Thank you, Amanda B4 Better, for the makeup brushes. Thank you to Veronica for the 2 gems silver star. Thank you, Mandy, for the 2 gems sparkle. B4 Better for the 30 gems. Brandon for the 30 gems. Veronica for the 80 gems clock it. Wow, 1,000 gems. Whoa. Thank you for 1,000 gems. Cheers, Mosley Boy. These gems just started showing up on my thing yesterday. So I don't know what that is. But that's cool. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the file. I don't see that they attached 72 hours. And all of the protective orders, the 29s are negative.
So there's no protective order against Ben.
I don't know if he would have been released with a stalking injunction. I don't see one when I looked up the system. I can give you the
There's no stalking injunction. There's no protective order.
Okay.
And that's another reason, too, why they had to go ahead and file the stupid lawsuit, too, so they could get that dumb temporary restraining order.
You can call one day and just make sure.
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay.
This is so true, JG. It pays to be the first to go to the cops. In the future, Ben should inform the cops he's going to be going to X and only doing Y. The cops are all about respect. Well, they're not really all about respect. That's not true. They're all about control and power. They want to be in charge. They want to be the daddy. They want to be the alpha, no matter what. So they really care about control. And you'll notice they always just want to tell somebody what to do, even if they don't really have any reason to do that. But there is a lot of data that shows the first person to call the cops, even if they're the criminal, even if they're the wrong.
That's what the
usually
woman
gets more
did to me.
sympathy and gets treated
The
as
woman
the
who was
defendant
stalking me, she called the cops on me and
versus,
told them
even
I
if,
was
like,
stalking
somebody
her.
might beat the shit out of
So then the
somebody
cops
else,
like just think it's some
if the
tit for
person, the
tat
assailant, the one who
when
beat
it's
the shit
like
out of
a
someone else,
woman
calls the
stalking
cops and says,
me.
"I was
I don't even
defending
know her.
myself, oh my gosh."
Just some
The
random
cops are
person.
more likely, statistically, based on data in the past, to believe the person who calls, even if it's obvious
So
that they were
funny.
the assailant. This is what we saw happen with, in my opinion, is what we saw happen with Dahlia Takali. She was the one who was coughing. She was the one who appeared to have been choked. She was the one who was saying, I don't trust cops because I keep trying to tell the cops to arrest my mom. She's sex trafficking me and I can't get any help from y'all. And she was still the one who was taken away in cuffs, and that's because her crazy, psychotic, lunatic mom, in my opinion, is the one who actually attacked her. Because Dahlia was trying to watch my videos on the phone and her mom wouldn't let her. That's my opinion. But Dahlia is the one who got taken away in freaking handcuffs, and the one who was attacking her and keeping her held captive, according to Dahlia, the one who was basically keeping her as a slave, got to stay there at the house and got treated very nice and kindly by the Tulsa, Oklahoma police. This is something that I've seen happen. Saw it happen with Bam Margera as well. They were stalking Bam. They were using the police as their personal slave catcher brigade. And they would call the cops for, I'm just calling to tell you that he's crazy and he's schizophrenic and he's off his medicines. And the cops would basically just do whatever you say.
I need that number. That's fine. Thank you so much.
Who in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
longer. Live for $2. Getting Ben's account exposes any of his sources. Thank you, Meg, for the 30 cents.
My arm is like going crazy.
Candle makes me happy for the party hats. Thank you, Heather, for being a member for a month. Thank you, Zesty, for the 2 gems. And Mandy for the 2 gems. And Tato for the happy poop. I don't want the poops. Thank you for the 6 gem makeup brush. Nancy.
Hey, it's Abrams with Orem Police Department.
Now, I do wonder if this Abrams is related to the American Ford Police Department Abrams, because we got an Abrams that's corrupt over there, too.
Good, good. Hey, you guys let a guy go this morning.
You guys let a guy go. Yeah, he bailed out.
I mean, out of California he was arrested by AFPD yesterday for stalking, I think. I'm wondering, did you guys have to give him any kind of a no contact order with this business or with any person?
Nope.
Hello, hello. Hi, hi.
You guys let a guy out, and now I'm having. I don't know if this needed to be redacted that long. Now somebody else calling in.
I should switch arms and give that arm a break before I do this.
For me, before I tell you, I'm a 100%. I don't know if I think play anything. If we're
Make sure we're standing
situations where
straight.
there's nothing that's mentioned. It does say avoid contact with victims of alleged offenses.
Right.
But I don't know if you have to sign a paper saying. Give me just 2 seconds, man.
Yeah, you're good.
If they had to put this much effort into figuring out if Ben was serving a lawful lawsuit, we might have been cooking with grease.
Ooh, that RSO is hitting me. I can feel it in my eyeballs. How long was that?
Being a member for
2
1
hours?
month. Amber TSW. Thank you, Ringmaster's Realm, for the 6 gems. Thank you, Andrea, for the 550 gems. I have not spoken to Ben. Nope. He was in my chat one time, and he left a few live chats, but I didn't even see all the chats he left. I saw 2. Wow, thank you for the 1,000 gems. Be the dot. Trophy cake. I'm with this cop. Like, imagine getting, like, basically cussed out by a little nerd loser like Ammon. You're not running out. I'm gonna get a gun. Get a gun to my dad. And then you have to be like, okay, Ammon, let me go change a poopy diaper and see if there's a protective order. Davey thinks that Ben loves my channel. Probably so. It's like one of the best channels on YouTube. Everyone with any sense should love it. Thank you to Tongue Twister for the makeup brush. Thank Thank you, Carney, for the 800 gems. That's a lot. You can give 2, you can give 1,000, you can give 800.
And make sure that the shoulders are in the same place so they do the same thing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Appalachian Unicorn, for the 10 gems.
Hello, ma'am. This is Abrams with Orem PD. How you doing? Oh, good. So this, did he have any kind of a no contact order or a jail release agreement, anything?
Not for this case, no. We only require, Facebook only requires dairy for TV.
Right.
Not this cop knowing the law better than the freaking judge in Provo. She said you only get the required protective order in domestic violence, S crimes, and child abuse. Not cranky store owners who don't want to answer journalist questions.
Sex crimes and child abuse.
Okay.
So our system would not flag it. If the arresting officer had requested it and put victims in there,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have done that, but the officer did not do that.
Damn. Man, because he literally left the jail and went right back to this business.
Oh man, you see how he's now parroting, literally parroting what Ammon did? Man. You guys let him out and he went back to stalking again. And again, listen, if that's true, if that were true, absolutely. Nobody should be stalking anybody. And I hope if anybody ever stalked me, I'd be able to call the cops and they would freaking do something about it. So I'm not even mad about that. But he is perhaps even subconsciously taking on Ammon's statements as true. And all of this because now there's like a little bit of some type of proof, right? There's some type of proof where it's like, well, he did get arrested yesterday for stalking. He went to jail for stalking, right? If you're in this cop's position, right? You're sitting in this car, you have this computer, Ammon's telling you that somebody threatened to kill him and death threats and harassing and extorting and trying to interfere with business and I'm gonna get guns and arm my staff to kill people and all of this stuff. We got a small militia forming up at the bricks and the minifigs. I mean, this cop has been put on edge by Ammon. And now he's now gonna have to deal with the fallout if there's a shootout or a civilian guerrilla war in the bricks and the minifigs parking lot. So he's like, oh, y'all let this guy out. If you would have just took his rights away and locked him up for no reason at all whatsoever, why don't you just apply a statute that doesn't apply? So I don't have to deal with this. It's like, who can aggravate the shit out of the cops the most to get their way? And that includes lying, talking about guns.
That's totally
making
true.
false stories up out of thin air and, being delusional, whatever the case needs to be. And now the cops, you can see.
It's funny to watch, like, people freak out about this shit because it's happening to reckless Ben, but nobody gives a fuck when it happens to someone like me.
I'll go, okay.
I've been dealing with this shit for 6
Thank you so
years.
much for your time. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, but and one thing is, if there was something that went on, like, on a court level case, that there is a crime that's going on.
Yep, the bride.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
You're welcome.
Bye.
He's accelerating. Thank you, Justice Gypsy, for the 30 gem flower. Yeah, I agree.
Really, thankfully, I hope, and a little absurd.
KT
What's happening?
For the $2 super chats. Sent you some
My
things
right eye is
to
twitching.
check that out. Katie Lynn, I know, I always read it wrong. Thank you for the $2 super chat. That's one of the like spelling that just like KT Lynn. Thank you, very nice for the 30 gems flower. Winner for the 10 floating heart. 100 gems Sunday, Mandy. Flower and Katie. What's wrong with his hand? We got another 1,000. Trophy Kate. Thank you to Brick Century. Little Lego. Let's see there. It's not big. It's a little mini big. I want to see the Ammon deposition too. Props to this cop. He is literally filming everything. Will they get jail time for lying? Oh, with any luck. 1,000 gyms on the night.
36-3.
I think he's doing the
Can you show me out at 658 South State, please? I'm gonna take this. Might be a stocking case. We'll see what happens.
Might be. Might be. Got his Pepsi. Got his snacks. Speed it up until he gets there. The rest may get car sick. Whee!
6-3 for information. I shouldn't need checks.
I don't know why, I kind of do find him chugging this Pepsi to be endearing for some reason. Now, I do have a question with this Hertz. Is Hertz a franchise, and is this a franchise building? Who owns the building? I mean, I just have questions.
Hertz Rent-A-Car and Bricks and Mayfigs together in one store.
This is Orem, I think. This is Orem. I don't know if all this needs to be blurred like this the whole entire time. Like, what was just not on his phone? I want to know. It is a franchise. No, I do know it is a rental car company, but, oh my gosh, look, it's me as a minifig. Actually, my hair's not that light anymore. It's obviously they're closed on Sunday. That's interesting. I know that Hertz is a rental car place. I'm just wondering, like, specifically that one, like, are we going to be looking into... Oh, well, okay, so I should tell you all the reason I'm asking. So I did all this research Monday, and probably like a third of the research was Brandon Best, but like probably a third of it was into Dan and Legally Mine and all of that. Again, I haven't even shown y'all the findings I made. I haven't even shown y'all the findings I made, but it does link in and loop in some other popular franchises. And it's possible Dan McNeff is making money off other franchises. Not Bricks and Minifigs, but other popular ones you would have heard of. That's a story for another day. It wasn't Hertz, and it wasn't Hertz, it wasn't car stuff, but the car stuff does loop back around with like Driven Capital LLC, which is the subprime auto loans from what's his name, Reed Brimhall has some type of association with or employment or whatever, and then the car lot that what's his name owned with his brother or whatever, Brandon Best. Now, the way they put it up on the online made it look like Tyler owned it all, but it was Brandon Best's name on everything, from what I could tell.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming over.
Okay, we finally made it. We finally arrived to the part everybody was fast forwarding to yesterday. Okay, hold on. I feel like I'm gonna have to use the restroom, so let me just go do that so I can be settled in for this. Because we're about to get...
How many was that? I forgot to
Go
count.
get your water, get your snack. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
Yes, the RSO is making all of this possible. I have a lot of pain. That's why I'm doing this, is to make my body symmetrical and stop favoring one side so the dominoes can stack on top of each other properly. I'm at that age now where if I don't take my fitness seriously, or at the very least, if I don't make sure that I stay strong from here on out, I'll start to get like old and shrivelly, you know? Because I just like err on the side of skinny. So I'm not going to be like fluffy and matronly. I'm going to be like bony and with no muscles, you know, kind of anorexic looking, elderly, and I don't want to. So I'm going to make sure that I've got my muscles. And I really, really, really want a butt. I've never had one of those before. So, well, that's not true. I was a child, but it doesn't count. I used to be a gymnast when I was little. And so I used to be
throwing,
like
leftovers in my yard.
triangular
Sometimes through
shaped,
living creatures and
but
animals, and I threw some garlic knots in my yard, and
I got
there was
injured.
a fox eating garlic knots, and it was so cute.
Garlic is bad for canids.
Okay, let me just
It's not cute that your fox is eating your old garlic nuts.
feel my cortisol rising. Let's get my Mandalorian and my Roku on the case. Here, Roku. By. Am I stalling? Yep. The fox was eating it. If he didn't want it, he would have ate it. Or she. Maybe it was she. Okay.
Garlic goes into the breast milk. Hopefully it's not a female. Thanks.
Officer Abrams? Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Thanks for coming over.
Yeah, of course. So,
We could head back tomorrow.
thank you.
We'll grab you when we need you. Okay, so interesting. Okay, first of all, let's stop here. This appears to be the training room. Okay, who are these people? I don't know. Who is this guy? Well, as you'll see, he's supposed to be in here training from what it looks like. He's supposed to be training. Look, he's standing up, everybody else sitting down, looking at him, listening to him, whatever. And as you'll see, he is a nosy queen, and he ain't gonna be able to keep his attention on his job. You're gonna see.
Yeah.
He knew he was getting in for it
I
too.
appreciate it.
Something about Ammon opening that door made me feel like I need to go to the restroom, and this man too. It's like, ooh. You know, when you're like, actually I learned this about like biology or whatever, but like, especially mammals, like before they get into a chase for their life or like a run for their life, they'll like need to, you know, pee or whatever. And like sometimes like others, they'll throw up or whatever, just get rid of stuff so they can run faster. I think it's that Ammon,
I'm a thrower upper.
identified Ammon as a predator and like an animal would in nature. And I was like, oh, I have to eliminate the waste. I have to pee real quick because he's about to do something that's going to put me in danger and I might have to run for my life. Just look at him. Just look at him.
Well, he's got the cartoon mustache. So.
I think actually it was one of the few C's I made in college.
I need
One of the few C's I
to.
made in college was biology, I think. Maybe I made a B. I don't remember now. Definitely math and definitely it was biology because they didn't teach us about evolution and stuff in high school, so I had to learn it in college, but it like was hard. Anyway, this, just look at him. Doesn't he just look like a schleppy cave dwelling predator? To me, that's what he looks like. That's nothing new.
I'm gonna get the nickel court, right? Like, just right around the corner of the bathroom.
Thank you, sir.
Further down into the opposite wall.
Yeah, he's luring us to his lair.
Okay, no
Oh,
problem.
let me slow this down overall. I need to take it all in. Well, I don't need to take the dogs are going to pee. That's too much. But
I'm just gonna go grab my laptop.
wow, how progressive. They have an all-gender restroom.
To right in there. Yeah,
Thank you.
What I will say.
Taking my body camera off, setting it down for a second so I can use it out.
Okay, Slade. This is how body cameras should work. This is how body cameras should work. I don't want to see this copy and doing anything in this bathroom, really, truly, but now we know. He's like, I had to use a bathroom. I'm taking my body camera off. Okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Totally reasonable, guy. Like, no one needs to see you in the bathroom. Now, I did see some people get really mad about the fact that Ben was recorded in the bathroom. Yes, he was. But I want to give y'all two possible counter arguments to that. I'm going to give you two possible counter arguments to that. Number one, this is a different police department, and therefore they do have different body camera policies. Now, the body camera policies are not submitted down from the Supreme Court or anything. Each department has their own. This department in Orem does seem to be like the Salt Lake City Police Department, where if they turn their cameras off, they have to tell you why in the body camera footage. They say why, and it has to be a good reason, like, I'm going to the bathroom. Second of all, it did seem like a huge invasion of Ben's privacy to be video recorded in the bathroom. I totally agree. I wouldn't want to be video recorded in the bathroom in general. However, I think it's actually, I would rather be recorded than not, and this is why. What if the cop would have taken his body camera off, or would have turned the body camera off while Ben was in there peeing, and Ben just peed, and he just didn't do anything. But then the cop said, while we were in the bathroom, Ben attacked me, and I had to kill him. And now there's no body camera of it. Or what if it wasn't Ben? What if it's like actually a really actually violent, dangerous criminal that attacks the cop?
Yes, please don't be weird. If there's a mod in here, you'll get blocked.
What if the cop attacked
This
Ben
is
for no
not
reason?
for men's sexual pleasure.
Just
I
because you're
literally
in
don't
the
want,
bathroom doesn't
I don't
mean
have
that
an
cop
only
stops being
thing.
corrupt.
I don't do S
That's, you know, these are
content.
things to think about.
I'm
In general,
not trying to do
absolutely.
this as a way to like
Why are you filming
get
in
male
the bathroom?
attention. I don't want men
But if they not
making any
filming,
comments,
what
please.
if they attack them? What if they kill
I'm
them?
just
All
doing
this
what I
stuff
would be doing if I
depends.
was alone, because
Now
that's
he's
what I
not
do
there
when I
to
live stream.
kill. I mean,
It makes me be productive in my room by myself. It makes me hold myself accountable. So instead of just sitting here scrolling on fucking social media, I'm doing something with myself. I don't want to just sit still. I don't want to waste my life like that.
look at the timestamps. It's about 3 minutes. That's about how long I would expect, especially with all this stuff. So fine. And look at this cop. Like, imagine Ammon McNabb
Thank you.
telling this guy what the hell to do. And he does. What?
And this is the
what
heavy
happens
strap
when men
that I
don't
have
do
on my
anymore?
knees. It's the
We
most
just let the
tight
nerds and
one.
the losers who can whine and bitch the loudest be in charge of everything.
Well,
This
but
is insane.
I don't have
This
one.
is insane. Look at this man. Look at this
It
specimen.
looks like I might be getting one now. Look at that illusion. Alright. See, it's working. That's only 2 days. And I have like a little tiny lump right there now. Whereas it's normally like that. Dang it. Look at that. Muscles. Shit.
Somebody said a bet the cop didn't wash his hands. Well, with any luck, he didn't. I hope he goes spread his germs all over the
Ooh.
office.
And I got that muscle right there. Alright. Hells yeah. It's not a towel. So this will be like the baseline of what I look like in this outfit. Oh my gosh, I'm even getting like womanly shape. I've always been just straight up and down. I don't have much of a waist.
Wow. Why that made me laugh. You know,
Okay,
Ivanka
so
Trump
baseline.
and her husband, well, I forget his name, the little squirrely little loser. They had some construction going on in their house or whatever, and they made the Secret Service use porta potties outside.
Okay, so now we'll just keep a track
And
on
was
it
a
from
big,
now on. Papa, did
it was
you
a
screenshot
big,
that?
you know,
So now I'm
controversy
screenshot it.
because it was like, these people will take a bullet for you and die for you, and you won't let them go to the bathroom. Now, I don't know. Y'all are going to end up arguing in the chat over that.
You know what's hilarious? I was like, when I was laying down stretching earlier, stretching my legs, I was like, I realized how I am so fully my 12-year-old self. Like, it makes me so happy that I am living my 12-year-old dream life. So when I was 12 years old, when I would hang out with my friends, and I would do it in my front yard, I would always do like yoga, or like I should try and do that. I would do handstands. I would do handstands on the wall and like try to do like where I put my feet and like completely went into I don't remember how I did it, but I would like put my feet on the wall and then walk down the wall into a back bend and then stand up facing the wall. But I don't know if I could do that anymore. Let me just make sure that my nothing in here. Okay. Oh, didn't go hard enough. I was scared. Whoa! Whoa, I wasn't even touching the door! Oh, wow! When your arms are stronger, you can do handstands. I forgot. That was crazy. Okay. Oh my goodness. I might be able to do a handstand for the first time in my entire life. Well, since I quit gymnastics. used to do push-ups like this. I'm scared to get my feet from the door dirty. I wonder what time that guy's supposed to be here. Oh, let me. Okay. I have a guy coming to look at my refrigerator today. He's supposed to be repairing my fridge. So I need to pay my electric bill and I need to send money to my landlord. So I don't have it anymore on my hands. I need to get water right now. Yeah, I thought I passed out. No, I just realized I had to call, or that the guy's coming to do my refrigerator today, and I just don't know what time. I think I remember my landlord guy saying like 1 or 2, but I just don't remember. My laundry is finished. Tell me, have you seen her? Okay, that's much better. Dehydrator. Thingy. Dehumidifier's going. This laundry hung up. This laundry taken down. gonna have to vacuum, I think. I want to vacuum. I'm gonna go get my tripod and my jewel, and then I guess we're gonna have no choice. Rolly, I'm gonna vacuum. Do you want to go outside while I vacuum? Go get the tripod. My leg muscles are so sore. I also really should clean up those pots. So I'll do that too real quick. My house is so pretty. Alright, where's the keys? Right back, I gotta go get the vacuum. I am scared of spiders now. Watch out, bud. Come on. Go. 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 Good boy. Go. Move. Thank you. be in here for this. You wanna go outside? You wanna go outside? Come on, let's go outside. Come on. Nope, I'm gonna vacuum the whole house, baby. So you need to go on outside while I vacuum. I know it's really hot outside. Okay, well, go lay down in there. Go in there. Go lay down over there. Go. Alright. Mom headphones. Turn off Bluetooth. Bluetooth is off. The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. know you're hot, baby. I know. I'm coming. Come on, it's okay. Go. Come over here. Come here. Over here. Right there. Go lay down by the front door. Good boy. Stay over there. House so dirty.
giving this. It's giving this. Who had these when you were little? I had a lot of them. It's giving good. Nope, not that. Ah, this one. Why? Why wanted to? Okay, look there.
I know, it's so hot, baby.
Oh my god. got so excited when Josh called. Oh my God.
Provost case number.
Imagine you're one of the new franchisees who's paying like $45,000 or something for the training that this guy's supposed to be giving you.
Performance case number.
Watch him. He's so disengaged. When he hears Josh call, watch him.
You're good.
Yes, sir.
Look.
They're this house.
Where is this at?
American Fork.
Okay,
His jaw on him.
tell.
Oh my God, I have to take a screenshot of this. This is hilarious. This is a drama lover.
The FPD right now, don't confront him. Tell him to have the FPD go over there and explain to the officer he was just arrested yesterday for the same thing. So let's,
This cop got his cortisol through the roof.
right now,
Right now, Josh, hang the phone up and call my guys. So this is crazy to know that this is all happening as Sheldon and them are like hanging up that sign, and Ben, what's his name, is parked across the street. And now to know that Josh actually called Ammon first. Josh called Ammon first before he called the cops. Ammon and this cop were the ones who were like encouraging Josh to call the cops right now. Crazy. You got time to lean, you got time to clean, buddy.
Oh my goodness, that thunder.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, like, this,
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Okay, so
Yeah, I would get it too if it was true. It's all just made up.
we're gonna do. Okay, so both of those guys need to get at least apply for protection orders against this guy, right? Because
And that is what Josh did. Brandon did not. Only Josh did.
right, you know what I mean? All in, if there's 5 people there, right, and they keep doing this, and there's a pattern of repetition, right, it is something. So all 5 of them should be charged.
That. If someone is stalking, that someone should get charged. If person B is stalking, person A doesn't get charged. If, for example, what they're trying to say is, and this is all based on false, information, false lies and made up delusions, but if it were the case that a Sheldon Norcross was stalking, that's who has to get arrested and that's who has to be charged. The fact that they're charging Ben for stuff other people are doing is like not even constitutional.
Prove that, right? And we have to have probable cause through the record, so.
Right. You do have to have probable cause to arrest people, officer, that's true.
So all 5 of them
Stay.
should be charged.
Right.
If we can prove that, right?
But
We
you
have to have
cannot.
probable cause through the record, so. You can at least use these case numbers to obtain a protection order. That makes it so that definitely can't go. The first offense of a protection order is just a misdemeanor. The second one's a class A, the third one's a felony, right? Unless there's aggravating circumstances behind it, right? So what I want to do is I need all of this information.
Okay, well, if you know so freaking much, why you didn't do it already? Nobody sent this evidence in yet.
Need to make reports to whatever agency where they live. And I understand that this is very widespread over several states, so it's not like this is just in or of itself. But
So call the FBI then, it's above all y'all's pay grade.
thing to do with law, I do that. I want that stuff, okay?
I can compose an email and just send this over.
Good, mostly clean.
Female, look at
That's what I
him.
wanna see.
He's standing on go. Oh, he's ready for his time. He's ready for his movement.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What's the email address?
JEABRAMS at
It smells so good.
yeah.
Okay.
And now, the video, can I watch the video of,
Okay, it's his moment.
pre-recorded, just their little interaction coming in?
Ammon is such a control freak. He can't even let the man watch a fucking video. Everybody's 26. 2-year-olds, 1-year-olds, 9-month-olds know how to watch a video on a phone. But Ammon cannot help himself. He gotta tell somebody. You might have to turn it to the side. You might have to turn it to the side. You gotta, yeah. Do it that way. Dude, calm down.
That's the video of,
Listen.
and pre-recorded just their little interaction coming in. I turn it.
He's more let him. The officer's in the middle of turning it. You can turn sideways. You gotta turn sideways. Chill out. Look, every accusation is a confession. I'm starting to wonder, well, they sure do like to accuse everybody else of being on drugs. Is he on something that's making him a little bit jumpy?
Good boy.
Maybe he needs one of them Zen packs. He definitely seemed to know exactly what it was. Thank you, Giant Sweet, for the $2. They arrested all the people at the Airbnb because of this interaction. Yeah. Ammon over here saying that they were going to get guns to arm the staff. They were going to militia guerrilla wars at the minifig parking lot because the journalist was there asking a question.
And then you want me to, like, what do you want?
Shut up. He wants to watch the actual video that happened. Shut the hell up.
The subject of email would be.
Look at him. He looks so fried. He looks like he has about 5 more minutes of patience with Amy McNabb before he just gets out of here.
Just do the case number. That's 26.
The cop can't even freaking watch the one damn little 30-second video.
OR 04733. The guy in the blue. He told us he's.
Okay, so now we finally, 8, 10, let's see. Nearly 10 minutes into this interaction, finally we're hearing from the actual witness and not the pre-planned fake story from Ammon who literally wasn't even there. Finally, we're getting a statement from this guy. Oh, the Ben's the one, Ben. Ben's the one in the blue.
We're investigative journalists, and he's wearing the same outfit he got arrested in the other day.
You see what I mean, Messy? He's wearing the same outfit he got arrested in the other day. Dude, you aren't wearing drawers as pants. You need to worry about yourself wearing outfits the same every day. What about Josh Johnson that wore the same outfit on the March 8th, March 9th, March 10th, and March 11th? We're not even talking about that. We're just going to talk about Ben wearing the same outfit. But it's something that a messy queen would notice.
I recognize
Takes one to know.
immediately, and I just kicked him out. Okay. I just told him I was going to call police, you don't leave.
What time was this at exactly?
It was 1:51.
1:50. So the camera times are correct.
Yeah, the camera times are.
There's no deviation on the camera times.
Nope. It's like, he really thought he had one there, right? Nope.
So it occurred 3/11/2026 at 1:51 hours.
And they did.
So this day, what is 15 o'clock? 3, so it was like an hour ago. So this is like an hour and some change ago this happened.
Didn't get their license plate, but they did leave the
Excuse me.
parking lot.
13:51
in the
hours.
quicker way, and I'm not looking forward to that moment.
They leave the parking lot in a black like sedan, which I think is the same sedan that you guys saw. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a little Kia.
I don't think it's a Kia. He don't drive a Kia.
Kia, Sophia D.
Hyundai, huh? What was it? What was the car?
Yeah, and there's a Volkswagen.
Yeah, I
A
think
Volkswagen.
Kia.
Okay.
Does it have that like?
Yeah, I think it was a Kia. Okay, so the eyewitness is asking the guy that wasn't even damn there, hey boss, what's my story again? Oh, Kia. Got it. Okay.
Can I get you to email me a copy of this video?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'm gonna check that my car to make sure that it will play.
Okay.
If it won't, then I'm gonna try to do it another way through evidence.com. I'm not familiar how to use that.
Okay.
So I'll have to call one of these younger kids to come down and show me how to do it. But we'll get it figured out either way, okay? I'm sorry this keeps happening to you guys. I would be frustrated too.
No, yeah, like, and again, it's more so, like the
And again, it's more so the concern for the safeties, because there's the safeties. It's more concern for the safeties. It's a concern for the safeties. No, it's a concern that people are going to figure out what the hell bullshit, shady shit you got going on. That's what he's concerned about. Let's be honest. That's what he's concerned about.
But we'll get it figured out either way, okay? I'm sorry this keeps happening to you guys. I would be frustrated too.
No, yeah, like, and again, it's worse.
Cat got your tongue, Anna?
You know, like the concern for the safety, because up in Salem, Oregon, where he's interacted, like had more of the interactions with the individuals, and both who were helping us establish the business up in Salem, and so they were up there
Josh and
like when a lot
Brandon.
of the stuff was happening, and then that's why they were being targeted in a lot of different ways, because they were the ones that interacted with him in Oregon.
Sure.
So,
I don't think Brandon interacted with him.
like, and Officer Dore has all this stuff.
Officer Dore, go to Officer Dore, the one who wrestles with the pigs,
Sure, we had
abusing the animals.
franchisee enter into a consignment agreement with some guy up in Oregon.
O'Brien Mansell.
And he brought in a bunch of Lego sets. Clearly, we're in the business of Lego.
Yeah.
Clearly, we're in the business of
We do buy, sell, trade, right?
Sure.
Like, so somebody can bring in their stuff. Well, he didn't want to sell it. He just wanted her to sell it on his behalf, and then they split some of the funds. We don't operate that way in our
Yes,
franchise.
you do.
So she
I've
was
consigned
not
things
allowed
that
to do that.
what
but
you
she-
call it.
Even that is so ambiguous. We don't operate that way in our franchise. Well, I mean, that's ambiguous. Doesn't he own a few of these stores himself personally? What does that mean, we don't operate that way in our franchise? He didn't specifically say that's not allowed. He didn't specifically say that's not prohibited. He just kind of used enough words to where the cop would get that impression without actually having to
Lie
straight up
directly.
say an absolutely false statement, because he could later walk it back and say, well, we don't do that. We don't do that.
Anyways, and so she then started selling his stuff without our
Don't wear
knowledge,
my
and-
respirator if I don't
and
need
she
it.
wasn't- Like,
And something Les pointed out yesterday is a very good point. Without their knowledge, maybe, but they were benefiting from it. She was paying the same royalty franchise, whatever sale fees that she had to pay on every single item she sold in that whole entire store.
God,
she had to
dude.
pay, 6%, 10%, whatever at the sale, the price, whatever she made. So they were benefiting from it. They didn't bother to look into the books and the records and to look into the inventory and see what was being sold out of that store. They could have. They didn't, but they could have. So maybe they did know. Maybe they did know. They were benefiting from it. They were making money from it. They made money from those sales. Didn't have no complaints about it when that was going on, and now they got complaints. Gotcha. So they can benefit from it, but whenever they're
Oh, my little
obviously
area of
responsible
Oregon.
in a business sense for it, no, not allowed. Again, this witness is standing here listening to the whole entire thing. He's just saying back what Ammon said, just like the cop. They're all just saying back what Ammon said. But when you trace the whole thing back to the source, he's a liar.
allegedly, we're still digging through it, but allegedly she didn't pay him.
Okay.
So then, she
Yeah,
That's not
right
true.
where
She
I'm
did
at.
pay 'em.
That's where the lightning is.
But
Great.
not on everything.
Love that.
She tried to pay him, and y'all told her that's a business thing. Mr. I don't even know if he even got hair on his chest yet. Kai McAllister. That's a business thing, Crystal. We're gonna take care of that. He's gonna take over that. So y'all did know. Just lying to the cops again in another jurisdiction.
us, because we're the franchisor, I'm with the corporate offices.
Right.
So she stopped paying her royalties, and then she said that she was going to be moving to Ireland and was abandoning.
I heard they took over the bank account and wouldn't let her have access to it. It wasn't Ireland, it was
Okay.
Spain. Just more.
Found my
Not
house.
true, not accurate.
There's like
So
literally
we're like, okay, we're
lightning
gonna terminate your franchise
happening
agreement, because we were looking to do that anyways, because you've stopped paying us.
right there.
And then,
I
like,
knew it.
a little bit of, like, she just kind of became, like, combative with that whole process, even though she said that she was going to abandon the store. She leaves. and then
Hello,
she's like, "Oh, by the way, I've
misunderstood.
got
Thank
this
you for the
consignment
flower.
thing." And we're just
Appreciate
like,
that.
Okay, well, we don't know what you're talking about.
She didn't leave. Y'all kicked her out, and
I need a live stream to do my cleaning.
Let's call the true thing how it
I mean,
happened.
if you guys
Shows up a couple days later.
ran a cleaning
Completely
business
different guy, same
and did it for free, I'd let you do it.
He's like, you guys have a
Brian
bunch of my
Mansell.
stuff. Give it back to me right now.
Give me my shit.
We're like, what are you talking about?
You knew exactly what he was talking about. Look at his crazy face.
Why does he have those goopy eyes? Have you guys seen this guy? Emmett McNabb?
Sociopathic
His eyes like do this.
physiognomy.
He literally looks like this, and he has like one of those weird
That is
mustaches.
some John Wayne Gacy,
Like
freaking lunatic.
He is scary.
psychopathic.
And he has that, like,
violent, freak
mustache.
facial muscles. Okay.
Misunderstood says
That-
hello,
look
or
at the-
Leanne.
Oh my
Money
God. Imagine waking up in a dark night and seeing that in the corner of your room. I'm
bunny.
like, stroke.
He said thank you.
And he's like, I gave this store all this money and like all these things, and we're like, we have no idea what.
Why does it matter right here, right now? Because I said so. You see that? You see the logo right there? That's my initials. So my show where I talk about what I want to talk about. And it's my opinion, it's very relevant. This man is a psychopath. He's a psychopath, he's a sociopath, and he lies. And I think that when you do bad things on the inside and you're a bad person on the inside, it starts to show on the outside. And that's why
I literally have said these exact same things.
Because I said so.
I believe pedophiles
If you've done
have
something with
visible
your former owner,
tells.
send us some documentation. We'll help go through this stuff. He's like, no, give me back my stuff right now. And we're like, dude, like, you gotta go.
I highly doubt that's what happened.
Like, and so, like, that then it, like, started this whole thing. He then started going out on all these social media platforms. That one was like, ooh, I have a chance to go and extort money out of these guys.
Every accusation is a confession. Ooh! Ooh! I have a chance to go and extort money out of these guys. Ooh! Ooh! Just like my dad. Day on June 10th, basically as soon as my...
Let's see if we can get some actual succinct information instead of her ranting.
Has been accused of all Ben. Reckless Ben from the Bricks and Minifigs $200,000 Lego saga has been accused of all kinds of things unspeakable. Everything from stalking.
I have a stalker. Yeah, I'm sexy. What did I say? Do you have a case? Sexy. What did I say?
There's got to be something for cyber stalking. Got to be something to arrest them.
Harassment.
I don't know. What was your question? Why don't I wear my respirator? I only wear my respirator if I need it. I haven't cut rugs, carved rugs.
Extortion.
Hi there, I'm calling for a crime. They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product for this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. We're going to burn the place down.
All the way up to making death threats.
I got a death threat over the weekend, and somebody shot out my window just now.
They themselves say, oh, you, it's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
So in this video, I am going to use the public record to debunk some of these allegations and claims being made against Reckless Ben, and I also
Go away,
want to show
fruit fly!
you
Leave my
how
beautiful
powerful
fruits alone. I can't cut this fruit up yet because my refrigerator is broken. Oh no!
To manipulate the public and garner sympathy. So by now you've probably heard about the Bricks and Minifigs, Reckless Ben, stolen $200,000 Lego collection heist scandal.
This thing is
this beautiful tomato.
Crusade.
I should get the seeds and plant them.
Literally one of the crazier stories
soil.
Legos. It's never really Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben. So North Korean hackers have gotten me part 3. This might be the best video that I've seen.
And you might have also heard that these two brothers running the company, Ammon and Matt McNeff, have had a pretty difficult time keeping their stories straight about pretty much anything over the past couple months.
You got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was
like if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
There's a U-Haul in the parking lot.
That's fake. That's illegal.
The spreadsheet and the contract are a good start. Yeah, we never got that.
On the file right now it says it's owned by BAM Franchising Inc.
Well, I had no idea. Like, so...
What if I told you that they might get that trait of not being able to keep their story straight from their daddy, Dan McNeff? Turns out looks like the acorn did not fall too far from the tree. And I would not have known any of this if Dan himself hadn't gone onto his public Facebook page to rant about YouTube investigators being equal to literal mobs of murmurers unaliving people in the street. And as a YouTube investigator myself, hello, welcome to BJ Investigate. BJ Investigate, she gonna find the truth, she gonna crack the case here.
Oh, she had a little
Dan's post really did strike a nerve with me, and it sounded so familiar. And the more times I looked over Dan's Facebook post rant, the more it not only sounded familiar, but also reminded me why I started covering the Reckless Ben story in the first place. Ben is apparently, from what I can tell, trying to lawfully
it's so warm in there,
expose
dude.
something
I'm
that he thinks
pissed.
is
I
wrong.
can't wait for these people to
And he's
come
being
fix
gagged,
it.
restrained, abused, reported to the cops, and defanged as a result. So let's get right into it. 2 dates you need to know. Reckless Ben first posted part 1 of his Lego Saga series on May 21st, 2026. Then, about a little more than a week later, May 30th, he posted the official part 2. So calamity ensues, it goes viral, and a couple weeks go by since part 2, and on about June 12th or 13th, 2026, Dan, the father of the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, posts this illogical monologue to his personal public Facebook page. Now, I'm not going to read all of it, but in relevant part, today's version of a lynch mob, this is a white man writing this, by the way, could very well be YouTube investigators. Past 10 days, I have been given multiple death threats. And 2 days ago, we saw people viewing our home from the hill behind our home with binoculars. They shot out a big picture window that will cost thousands to replace. And then he laments that this is all happening because of YouTube investigators, apparently. He says no one stops to investigate truly. They make up assumptions and hurt innocent people. He doesn't stop there. He said, who watches the Watchers? I guess he thinks he's in some type of Marvel movie, girl. He then viciously blames Reckless Ben by name as this person who has supposedly hurt him and so many people, and they were innocent and shot out a window. I mean, he basically blames Ben for all of this. Now, importantly, in that little Facebook rant status, there was this whole side plot about how Dan doesn't like his sons, Ammon and Matt, because they apparently illegally stole from him, which kind of sort of confirms that they do be stealing from old people, according to their own dad, and he kind of agrees that the sons are unlikable and insufferable.
Like, what happened with your son? What's going on?
Well, they own the Bricks and Minifigs franchises. It has 300 stores throughout the country. My son was Ammon McNabb, the CEO.
So pissed that all my fucking vegetables and shit has gone bad.
$1.5 on
So pissed.
He didn't like the fact that I didn't give him more money. So he has lost contact with me, and I haven't had anything to do with him for 5 years.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he tried to sue me and I won the lawsuit.
What I want to do is go through those other sentences today, line by line. I just want to let you know, I accept Dan's challenge. He said nobody stops to investigate truly. They just take people's word for it based on assumptions. And so, Dan's right. A lot of people don't stop to investigate truly. And I want to do just that. I don't want to make assumptions just based on some posts that I read online on Dan's public Facebook page. No, I don't. So I requested the body camera footage from the incident, 911 call from this supposed incident, and I also received some police reports, and we're going to go through those. Now, when I first read Dan's post, I did not believe him.
I don't believe you.
I assumed basically the entire thing was made up for attention or to blame independent investigators for something they didn't do again. And why did I think that? Well, because I'm very used to this. Greater part of a decade I've watched it happen. I'm very used to family members in the mainstream media making these whiny posts just like this one and claiming that they received death threats. This has permeated all my coverage through Bam Margera's family. Jess Margera posted, if Bam or Surprise BJ, again, another explicit insult, get my parents harmed in any way, I won't even rest 1 second until they are both in prison. Well, bitch, you up tweeting all day and damn night. Do you rest as it is? And his co-workers from the Jackass show.
Jackass movie, the director has just gotten a restraining order against Bam and says this was necessary because of threats he was getting from Bam.
Anybody who's talking about free Bam, you're trying to kill my brother.
And this is the most disrespectful and alarming allegation that I've heard. Because now if something happens to Bam, they're going to say it was the free Bam people who did it. That's a lie. From Britney Spears' family and the parasites that surround her and the mockingbird shills in the mainstream media.
There has been a lot of hate directed my way and like death threats and like all this kind of craziness ever since I was assigned to work on Britney.
Lima Yevrimovich.
We have had instances in public where people have
pinch myself.
pushed me or confronted me or spit on me. People have shown up at our home.
The threats and outrage directed at Lima and her family, it all seems to stem from the idea that Lima lied about Amanda Robb's death, suggesting that she's trying to cover something up.
And her mama, Linda Omar.
As a result of BJ's content, the lies, and her followers, our life become that we always on the run because all the harassment that we are getting, because of the crazy thing that BJ created.
I've always been blamed of doing these death threats. It's never true. And I'm also used to these people providing absolutely no proof at all whatsoever of said death threats before slandering a random YouTuber by name who is obviously just trying to expose the truth on the right side of history. Dan was right. I did assume some things based on his words, and I assumed that nothing he was saying was true. Since Dan wants people to investigate truly, I requested the public records from the Draper, Utah Police Department. We'll be right back after a message from this video's sponsor. Hey, it's me. I'm the sponsor of today's video. If you wouldn't mind clicking subscribe and clicking like, let me mean it. Let's start with the 911 call.
How may I help you?
Hi, yes, this is Dan, McNeff, MCNEFF. And a couple of my sons own bricks and mini pigs.
French toast sticks.
They've been embroiled in this big online controversy. Some people looking online have discovered that they're my sons. I haven't had anything really to do with them for 5 years. Not that I didn't want to, are you there?
What?
I'm here. Your phone had cut out for a moment. So what's going on today that you need assistance with?
Well, I got a death threat over the weekend, and somebody shot out my window just now.
So this call came into the Draper, Utah Police Department around 1 o'clock, and at first the call is pretty confusing.
They're so
What is Dan even
so
calling
good.
about?
They're toasty
Hi,
on the outside
my son's own
and like
bricks
soft on
and
the
minifigs.
inside.
There's
They're
some online
perfect.
drama. That call is weird to me
My
because
little
he
toaster
doesn't
oven thing
seem
cooks them
concerned,
so perfect.
phased, worried, afraid,
This is
worked
very
up.
good
He said nobody was
syrup.
hurt.
I've been on hold for 25 minutes.
That is injured.
No, nobody's injured. There's no injuries. It's not an emergency. People just felt like I needed to call and report it.
He doesn't really seem to be concerned in the least. He actually seems to be kind of annoyed that the cops are going to come follow up on this call. The first thing he does is go on a pity party monologue about his idiot sons and some online drama.
My sons
So good.
own bricks and
10 out of 10.
pigs, and
10 out of
they've
10.
been embroiled in this big online
Crispy.
controversy.
And
Some people
they are
looking online have discovered that they're my sons. I haven't had anything really to do with them for 5 years. Not that I didn't want to, but
so what you're saying is your sons aren't great people.
are you there? Can you hear
I'm
me?
here. Your phone had cut out for a moment. So what's going on today that you need assistance with?
Well,
Come on.
Dan did not mention this whole active shooter situation until he was prompted to do so by the dispatcher. He also says he doesn't think it's an emergency, and he claims explicitly no one was hurt.
no, nobody's injured. There's no injuries. It's not an emergency.
So I'm very confused why a few days later he was talking about how reckless Ben is hurting all these innocent people, included as an example this exact incident, when he's now saying to the cops no one was hurt and it was not an emergency. Doesn't add up. Even the call itself is internally inconsistent.
Jesus Christ.
So during this call, Dan, like I said, internally inconsistent. The story starts to
Almost
switch up just
died.
then and there. But here's a couple examples. For one, the shooters themselves. At first, he seems to say and imply that the shooters were standing right there, right then, during the 911 call. But then when pressed by the dispatcher, he claims that it was actually a half hour ago.
And how long ago did someone drive by and shoot out your window?
No, they didn't drive by. They're standing on the trail. The house is the Donovan trail goes up past my house. Not now, they're gone. We could see them, yeah.
How long ago did you see them up on the trail?
It's been a half hour.
He said that he
The
was
second
on
thing that
hold
doesn't
for
really
30
add up is
minutes.
who
though.
saw these people? Who saw it happen? The witnesses or the victims? At first, Dan said he saw the people on the hill, and they were shooting at us or looking at us.
See the person from your house?
Not now, they're gone, but we could see them, yeah.
So good.
And how long ago did you see them up on the trail?
So good.
It's been a half hour.
But
My
then
wig is
eventually he
crooked.
recants
Okay.
that story and admits, oh, just kidding, I wasn't home. And this is all just from the 911 call itself. Oh, I wasn't home at the time that happened. I got here after.
Could you see the person?
Thank you.
Remember what they might have looked like?
I actually wasn't here. I was up in Farmington, and so, yeah, the people here in Hoson, there were several people that looked at him.
Then he puts this construction worker, like, on the spot to give his version of events.
Hold on just a second. Let me get the people that were doing it. I've got people out there working in my shop.
The people out there working are the ones who did it.
And they were standing up there watching them. And so I've got the police on the phone, and she would like to know, can you provide a description of the people that were up there? Not really.
Not really.
There were three individuals, and all you could see was like the tops of their heads. I know one I could see was wearing a dark helmet. It looked like
so
and
hikers.
Can you hear this?
Yes, I did.
Ma'am?
Yes, I heard him. Hold on just 1 second.
He can't even figure out when the damage to the window happened. Someone pipes in, some lady, and says maybe something at about 11:30 p.m. on a Saturday.
Yeah, I told it was around 11:30. Yeah, it was 11:30 p.m. when it happened.
When you got your call or when they shot your window out?
When they shut the window.
So that was at 11:30
I got
this morning?
the call.
It's just some other weird stuff. The call don't add up. And that's only the 911 call. The cops eventually get to his house, and that's when calamity really ensues. And it's clear from the body camera there's 3 officers there, including one of them being a supervisor. They show up to the scene during the course of responding to this call. And I requested all body camera footage from Draper Police Department, but they only sent me one angle from one of the 3 cops on the scene. Also, unsurprisingly, and as usual, the one body cam video that I did get was substantially redacted. But even with this teeny tiny video evidence that the Draper Police Department provided, Daddy McNeff's entire pity party Facebook post fanfiction story completely falls apart. Like, it's embarrassing. Let's check his factual allegations on the Facebook post regarding the incident against what actually happened in real life. Starting with this line. In the last 10 days, I have been given multiple death threats. Not threats to beat him up, not threats of violence, death. You're going to become unalive. This is pretty straightforward. From the writing, it seems like Dan is saying he's gotten at least 2, but possibly more death threats. In English, multiple, which he says multiple death threats, that can be any number higher than 1, but multiple surely does sound a lot scarier than a couple or 2. I kind of think he used that word multiple to garner more sympathy and drama for his made-up story, but that's my opinion, and I'll move along. So we're looking for at least 2 death threats in the last 10 days from when the post was made to technically make Dan's story true. And I just want to say, I don't believe Dan got any death threats. I really don't. However, if Dan did get death threats, that is abhorrent, illegal, against the law, and anyone sending death threats to anyone should go to jail or prison. I don't think that's acceptable. So let's get to the part of the body camera that mentions these supposed death threats.
Because the online thing.
What
the shutting down the garage doors and everybody went internally, and I was out of town.
Pretty pissed off I can't let him out.
Yesterday, I got an email from somebody. Wasn't necessarily threatening, but wasn't necessarily.
My landlords are so awesome, though. They are immediately on top of it.
When you got that
I told them that my refrigerator wasn't working, and they got someone to come immediately. So like they'll be here today. This is my first day off. So.
Because I'm gonna document the threats, phone call with the email. I'll have you send me.
Nope, don't jump up.
And then this part being
Do not jump up.
suspicious because of that. I'll just kind of put.
So even though you saw it was heavily redacted, we do get some information about possible threats. One being an email from a redacted source being critical of Dan and his sons. This supposedly happened on June 9th, 2026. This is the email, one day before this whole window police call incident. And the other possible threat is this purported phone call, also from a redacted source, sometime earlier in the week. That's all I could find about any threats.
Oh, that
in the body
syrup makes me
camera.
want to brush my teeth.
So I'm assuming those must be the multiple death threats that Dan is complaining about. That adds up to a total of 2, which still, if true, any death threats is not at all acceptable. Again, this is the part of the body. Public Facebook.
Money? I said no!
YouTube investigators being equal to literal minds.
God, you don't listen for nothing, dude.
Unaliving people in the street. And as
Do
a
not jump up
YouTube
on the counter.
Myself,
She
hello,
almost
welcome
took
to PJ
everything out.
Investigate.
Weird. Is my phone okay? Is the charger torn up?
With me, and it sounded so
My laptop
familiar.
missing any
And the more
keys?
times I looked over Dan's Facebook post rant, the more it not only sounded familiar, but also reminded me why I started covering the Reckless Ben story in the first place. Ben is apparently, from what I can tell, trying to lawfully expose something that he thinks is wrong, and he's being gagged, restrained, abused, reported to the cops, and defanged as a result. So let's get right into it. 2 dates you need to know. Reckless Ben first posted part 1 of his Lego Saga series on May 21st, 2026. Then, about a little more than a week later, May 30th, he posted the official part 2. So calamity ensues, it goes viral, and a couple weeks go by since part 2, and on about June 12th or 13th, 2026, Dan, the father of
It's crazy how this story
CEO
that I was
of Bricks and
interested in
Minifigs
has blown up.
posts this.
Because I was like paying attention to this whole Ben shit like from day one. Like I saw Reckless Ben, he had a video come up before part 1 came out, and for some reason it was suggested to me in the algorithm. And I had never really watched any of his other videos before, but for some reason I just was like, oh fuck it, I'll watch it, even though it looks like young male YouTube oriented. And so I watched it, but I didn't think it was gonna blow up like this. I didn't even tell anybody really, like, hey, you should investigate this story. Normally I would like send a story to someone's email, but I didn't even do that. The thing is though, is that them doing him so dirty and him being exactly the right person to do it to. You know what I mean? Like he is, if it's gonna ever get exposed, this is gonna be it. And the whole Reckless Ben thing, it's not just Bricks and Minifigs. It goes like straight to Israel. Like Bricks and Minifigs is a tiny little, capillary of a greater circulatory system of criminal activity that is basically everything wrong with corporate America and the police and the judicial system. So yes, he's 100% going to come out on top. So it's crazy because how Ben is able to expose what's happening to him. I'm just not that kind of person. I'm not that smart. He's so smart to be able to like think of these like sneaky little ways to go around the system, and he's advantageous and he has nothing going on except for the thing. So, he's made his life able to be dedicated to these things while he's working on them. So he's able to like take the time necessary to fill out all the paperwork and go to the courthouse and do all this stuff. I got no time for that kind of stuff. But I would love for the stalking situation that has happened to me, and the gang stalking and the harassment and the like trying to get me hurt and trying to, get me kicked out of every place I moved to and chasing me from place to place, and then, trying to ruin all my friendships, trying to ruin all my employment opportunities, posting slanderous stuff about me on the internet. Like, I would just love for someone like Ben to take an interest in that situation that has happened to me and, Just investigate from a neutral place. I'm not asking for any of my friends to prove my side. I just want someone to investigate the entire thing. I want everything, every claim they have ever made about me to be investigated. I want every claim, or I just want everything they've ever said to be looked into. I want 100% everything to be exposed, the absolute truth. Everything they've ever said about me, let's prove it. Let's put it on the table, you know? But they aren't, but I'm just a random, you know, person. I'm not some crazy cool artist or athlete. I'm not like out in the world doing some kind of grand, you know, something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just a regular schmo, so nobody actually gives a fuck. Unfortunately. So it's like a pointless venture.
Illogical
But I do know that eventually, and I have said this the entire time, eventually someone will be interested enough in the situation to investigate it. And, you know, I've got the gumption to reach out to certain people. So if I tell people, hey, you know, this is what happened to me, are you interested in investigating this? You know, I've had to move, I've had threats to my life, I've had air tags on my stuff. You know, I've just been absolutely gang stalked.
Facebook page. Now, I'm not going to read all of it, but in relevant part, today's version of a lynch mob, this is a white man writing this, by the way, could very well be YouTube investigators. The past 10 days, I have been given multiple death threats. And 2 days ago, we saw people viewing our home from the hill behind our home with binoculars. They shot out a big picture window that will cost thousands to replace. And then he laments that this is all happening because of YouTube investigators, apparently. He says no one stops to investigate truly. They make up assumptions and hurt innocent people. He doesn't stop there. He said, who watches the watchers? I guess he thinks he's in some type of Marvel movie, girl. He then viciously blames Reckless Ben by name as this person who has
playing back from the
hurt
beginning?
him and so many people, and they were innocent and shot out a window. And he basically blames Ben for all of this. Now, importantly, in that little Facebook rant status, there was this whole side plot.
I mean, it is what it is.
Doesn't like
you
his
know,
son.
The reason why they've continued to escalate is because they have some kind of personal vendetta against me that I don't know. Like, mostly the people who are attracted to like that group are people who have met me in real life and then just like hated me for no sensible reason whatsoever. Like, I'd never done anything to them, but they just hated me. And I have a really, I think there's just something about me that makes like mean girls instantly hate me. I consider this divine protection because I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be like giving my, you know, sharing my life with people who are actually mean girls. So I will say that fortunately, all the mean girls have just completely removed themselves from my life. But they actually watch me. They watch my every move here on social media, and they talk about me, and that's how they keep each other entertained, by talking with each other. And like 90% of them have dreadlocks. Like, they're all dreadlocked women. So I personally think that they have unresolved like jealousy issues. You know, it's just kind of funny how no matter what, I continue to like do really well. And every time they have come into my life and had some effect on it, it actually was a blessing for me in the long run. Like, this specific woman contacted every single one of the people she could find on my Facebook or whatever that was friends with me or related to me. So like all of the family that I have tagged on Facebook, anyone I've ever tagged in a post, anyone she could see that I have had some kind of engagement with, like, and we're talking about like a couple of thousand people. Like, this is like seriously some like effort that was put into this. But so she sent private messages to every single one of these people and just slandered me all to high heaven, and sent like a bunch of screenshots of like lines of text. And if the people actually looked at the screenshots and read what the screenshot said and then like read what she said, they would realize that she's literally full of shit and nothing she's saying is true. I have a cat hair in my fucking nose that is driving me bonkers. Anyway, so if they just read the screenshots, they would see for themselves that everything she's saying is bullshit. But she banks on the fact that people are too lazy to do that. They'll just briefly scan it and like realize, okay, well, it's kind of about what she's saying, and she'll just twist the facts, you know. But so she messaged so many people. And some people reached out to me and were like, dude, this fucking psycho bitch, I cussed her out. Fuck that chick. And I blocked her. Da 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 da. And I reported her account and this, that, and the third. And then some people were like, just stop talking to me because they just believed what she said. And those people who like remove themselves from my life because of what this woman lied about are people who I literally didn't have to go through the motions of weeding enemies out of my life. They left willingly. That is the most divine protection you could possibly imagine. I have no one in my life who would hurt me anymore. Nobody. Every single person who I have in my life is a true and good and deep friendship and relationship. So I'm so blessed and so grateful for that. I wish more people would listen to me about, like, you know, living in that free fall state with God, because when you just, like, you know, I'm going to use religious terms because I don't want to, like, say it 17 times, but if you just, like, kind of don't force anything and just accept where you are right now and look around you and say, okay, what do I have the ability to change around me right now? Like, what can I actually do something about it? And you take stock of where you really are, where you actually are in life, and then you start having these little wins. You know, finish your laundry, you clean up the spot in your house that you've been not wanting to do, whatever. You know, ask for a raise at your job, or you take on some different responsibilities at work, or you change your job, or whatever. You just take stock of where you are and what you have the ability to do something about, and then you just do something about that. And then you just go through life trusting that if you have something that you really, really, really want and you think about it a lot, that if it's in alignment with God's plan, it's just going to happen. And most of the time when you think of things and you start like hearing, like if you start hearing this urge, like, hey, you should blah, blah, blah. You know what would be a good idea? Blah, blah, blah. And then you start seeing that thing, blah, 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 in your life. Like I, for example, got an urge to start making rugs. And then I just started looking around for, you know, rug stuff. I started being interested in it. And then I was like, okay, I'm just going to trust this. Started making rug stuff. And now I'm obsessed with it. And I love making rugs. And I can sell them and make money doing it, you know? And like my house. But while I prayed to God for, you know, something, or I even just, you know, in a state of meditation, if I just visualized the house that I wanted to live in, and then I just trusted that if that's what I'm supposed to do and God thinks that it's going to be good for me to do that, then it'll just happen. And one day I just woke up and was like, Heather, you need to look for a house right now. Today's the day. You need to look for a house today. And so I just started looking for a house, and then next thing I know, boom, here's this house. The exact one I wanted, the like exact layout that I wanted. It's so crazy how the way the kitchen is it's almost exactly the same layout as the house that I was working on doing construction work last year. And the way that the bedrooms and everything are oriented, it's so similar. And it's just so crazy how I was in that house every day thinking like, wow, man, I would love to have a house like this. And there's the same floors. So it's just, you know, I'm not out here trying to manifest though. I'm not trying to like go out into the world and like manipulate other people to get them to give me what I want. Because that's all manifestation is, really, is you have to be out in the world. You have to be out there talking to people and telling them the things that you're looking for, because people will respond to that, and some people might just give it to you. I mean, that happens all the time. But that's still a form of manipulation, you know? So I don't like it. Be the change you want to see in the world. I say that all the time. Yes, 100%. That's one of the little reasons why I live stream. Wait, she's pregnant? I don't see any congratulations. I don't see anything saying she's pregnant, so you're just being weird saying that.
Ammon and Matt, because they apparently illegally stole from him, which kind of sort of confirms that they do be stealing from old people, according to their own dad. And he kind of agrees that the sons are unlikable and insufferable.
Like, what happened with your son? What's going on?
Well, they own the Bricks and Mortar Bricks franchises and has 300 stores throughout the country. My son is Ammon McNutt, the CEO.
Ammon McCook.
Actually, we wouldn't have the company if not with the $1 million.
Why do you have to be weird, Jim?
He didn't like the fact that I didn't give him more money, so he has lost
Not very
contact
nice.
with me, and I haven't had anything to do with him for 5 years.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he tried to sue me and I won the lawsuit.
What I want to do is go through those other sentences today, line by line. I just want to let you know I accept Dan's challenge. He said nobody stops to investigate. Truly, they just take people's
man, I
word
bet that
for it
fucking
based on
guy's gonna show
assumption.
up. I'm gonna want to take a nap, and now this fucking guy's gonna show up and want to look at my refrigerator. Better put clothes on and shit and get my shit together. All my animals are all sleeping in the kitchen with me. Don't be weird and gross. That's not how, like, actual life works. That's porn brain. Don't be like that. Ugh, my hair is like a mess. I put oil in my hair after I showered, and now it's just fucking greasy. Where's my do thingy? There it is. Try to make myself slightly more presentable for contact with the public. Why is everybody running and jumping? Jesus Christ. Alright, let me listen to this while I do that.
And so, Dan's right. A lot of people don't stop to investigate truly. And I want to do just that. I don't want to make assumptions just based on some posts that I read online on Dan's public Facebook page. No, I don't. So I requested the body camera footage from the incident.
I hear this already?
911 call
I
from
don't
this
understand.
supposed incident. And I also received some police reports. And we're going to go through those. Now, when I first read Dan's post, I did not believe him. I don't believe you! I assumed basically the entire thing was made up for attention or to blame independent investigators for something they didn't do again. And why did I think that? Well, because I'm very used to this. Greater part of a decade I've watched it happen. I'm very used to family members and the mainstream media making these whiny posts just like this one and claiming that
maybe
they
like
received
an
death
eighth of a
threats.
teaspoon.
This has permeated.
Like 5 grains of rice. Good fat grains of rice of RSO this morning. So I'm pretty stoned. So this is gonna be like putting lipstick on a pig, so I don't know why I'm even bothering, but you know, I'm a girl,
Margera's
so.
family. Jess Margera posted, if
Habitual.
Bam or surprise BJ, again, another explicit insult, get my parents harmed in any way, I won't even rest 1 second until they are both in prison. Well, bitch, you up tweeting all day and damn night. Do you rest as it is? And his co-workers from the Jackass show.
Jackass movie, the director has just gotten a restraining order against Bam and says this was necessary because of threats he was getting from Bam.
Anybody who's talking about free Bam, you're trying to kill my brother.
And this is the most disrespectful and alarming allegation that I have heard. Because now if something happens to Bam, they're going to say it was the free Bam people who did it. That's a lie. From Britney Spears' family and the parasites that surround her and the mockingbird shills in the mainstream media.
There has been a lot of hate directed my way and like death threats and like all this kind of craziness ever since I was assigned to work on Britney.
Lima Yevremovich.
We have had instances in public where people have like pushed me or like confronted me or spit on me. People have shown up at our home.
The threats and outrage directed at Lima and her family, it all seems to stem from the idea that Lima lied about Amanda Robb's death, suggesting that she's trying to cover something up.
And her mama, Linda Omar.
As a result of BJ's
we've heard
content,
this.
the lies, and her followers, our life become that we always on the run because all the harassment that we are getting, because of the crazy thing that BJ created.
I've always been blamed of doing these death threats. It's never true. And I'm also used to these people providing absolutely no proof at all whatsoever of said death threats before slandering a random YouTuber by name who is obviously just trying to expose the truth on the right side of history. Dan was right. I did assume some things based on his words, and I assumed that nothing he was saying was true. Since Dan wants people to investigate truly, I requested the public records from the Draper, Utah Police Department. We'll be right back after a message from this video sponsor. Hey, it's me. I'm the sponsor of today's video. If you wouldn't mind clicking subscribe and clicking like, let me mean it. Let's start with the 911 call.
Hi. Yes, this is Dan, McNeff, MCNEFF. And a couple of my sons own bricks and mini pigs, and they've been embroiled in this big online controversy. Some people looking online have discovered that they're my sons. I haven't had anything really to do with them for 5 years, but not that I didn't want to, but are you there? Can you hear me?
I am so thoroughly confuzzled about this. What?
Okay. Well, I got a death threat over the weekend. And somebody
okay, so I didn't accidentally rewind
came
it.
into the Draper, Utah Police Department around 1 o'clock, and at first the call is pretty confusing. What is Dan even calling about? Hi, my sons own bricks and minifigs. There's some online drama. That call is weird to me because he doesn't seem concerned, fazed, worried. Along with his written statement, it goes further and says a possible death threat incident from the supposed multiple death threats that Dan claimed he was given. The second threat Dan complained of, I believe, was this so-called critical email that Dan claims he received on June 9th, 2026, the day before the cops came to his house over this broken window.
Yesterday, I got an email from somebody. Wasn't necessarily threatening, but being critical of me again.
So according to the same police report we just looked at, cops told Dan to forward that email to them so they could investigate it. It says, quote, McNeff was advised to forward a copy of the email to be attached to this file along with his written statement. It goes further and says a copy of it will be attached when we receive it, but it doesn't look like either one of those ever made it into the file. The status of the case is inactive and closed. You would think Dan would be eager to send this supposedly life-threatening email to the cops so they could investigate it and do all they could to make sure that he was safe. All I can do is speculate as to why the file wasn't updated to include this email. Maybe it is there. So for completeness, I submitted another FOIA or GRAMA request for the email and the written statement specifically. But so far, I haven't gotten any word back. But all the public records combined that I did get reference one phone call and one email. I'm assuming these must be the multiple death threats that Dan complained of. The cop who actually responded to the scene said that phone call was not a threat at all. Not a death threat, not a threat at all. And Dan either failed to send that email to the cops, or the email itself wasn't threatening enough for the cops to bother opening the case back up. So for our purposes, I think it's very safe to say, based on everything I just said, that the claim that Dan was given multiple death threats in the last 10 days has been entirely, completely debunked. Which leads us to the next factual allegation made by Dan. We saw. We is the first person plural. It means I and others. We. We has to include I, okay? But Dan cannot keep his story straight on who actually even saw these supposed mystery people. At first on the 911 call, this is what he claims.
Not now, they're gone, but we could see them, yeah.
And how long ago did you see them up on the trail?
It's been a half hour.
Then later on the 911 call, he admits, "Oh, actually, I didn't see it. It was my worker out here working on the deck."
Could you see the person? Remember what they might have looked like?
I actually wasn't here. I was up in Farmington, and so yeah, the people here all saw them. There were several people that looked at them.
Then the cops arrive, and there Dan says it was actually this construction guy who saw the mystery people, but that didn't stop Dan from writing that he, in his witness statement, saw young men on the hill.
Hello,
It almost
I'm
feels
Keith
to me like this is
from
starting
the
to become a
service.
false statement to the police. How could he have not even been there but also saw young men on the hill? I don't know.
I
I'm
came
hoping they
by-
send me this written statement. This is like Schrodinger's Dan.
I'm
He's at the house when
here
it's useful to him, when
not
you're looking at him. He's not at the house when you're not looking at him. He's at the house when they're looking, when the people need to be looked at. It's Schrodinger's Dan out here. That brings us to the next factual claim in the Facebook rant. We saw these people with the binoculars.
He
But
said
we
he's
did
come
not
by
see these
twice
people on
and
the
he
hill. We
didn't
already
fucking
established
not.
that.
He
And
just rang the
nobody
bell.
saw binoculars. The whole binocular story was entirely made up for Facebook.
That's illegal.
The construction worker at the scene, the contractor, he claimed that he kept seeing a glint on the window that he was working. That's like a reflection from something, a little light.
And while I'm working, I just keep seeing glint. And I looked, and I would keep looking up there. They were just...
Okay.
Could be binoculars, could be a spotting scope. It's just...
Yeah.
how it goes.
Yeah. All right. The worker speculated about how that glint could have been this thing or that thing.
Oh.
In his speculation, he claimed it could have been binoculars. He also said it could have been a sniper on the hill or anything else. Nobody ever confirmed seeing anyone with binoculars anywhere near the house or on a hill. And what makes this
All right,
whole
where's money
saw
at?
somebody with binoculars even stupider,
Come on,
even
Mama,
if
you
it
gotta
was
get locked up.
true, is Dan lives in front of several public hiking trails, several of them.
The Donovan Shoreline Trail goes up past my house.
Remember, this trail is well traveled, so expect there to be other people sharing the trail with you.
Seeing someone with binoculars is not a death threat or a reason to believe someone shot at you. So Dan's Facebook post said, "We saw people, ... with binoculars."
Hi, come
Come
on
to find
in.
out, he didn't see any people.
Good.
And the people who did see the people didn't see binoculars. But that didn't stop Dan from going on Facebook and saying it like it was true, and then basically accusing Ben of attempted murder. The whole saw someone with binoculars claim.
The fridge is right in
also
here. Go for
entirely
it.
debunked.
It's the fridge is just not fridging. You'll see when you open it. The freezer seems to be working again now all of a sudden. It wasn't working either. So my ice cream was all gooey, and then that's what my first indication was. And then I realized like my milk had gone bad in like 2 days, and none of my drinks felt cold when I was drinking them, you know? And I was just like, well, I didn't really think of it. I'm busy. I work a lot. But then I realized, oh, like all of everything is spoiled. And so then I yeah. So the fridge is not working. The freezer seems to be working-ish right now. Okay, I'm different initials than this. That's landlord. I know I'm muted. I'm muted for a reason because I have worker here right now, and I don't want to be. Putting his face or his name, and I don't want him to say my like landlord's name on the internet or anything, you know. Just trying to be respectful. Thank you for the balloon. Yes, I hear you. It's like a little bit more coverage. Where's my sweater at? Where's my favorite sweater at? That's in Josh's car. Sorry, Mommy, you gotta stay in there. Orly Elizabeth. He just wants to be touched, but he's stinky right now because the yard. I need to. Okay, so that's gonna take like a fucking week. Okay, you can come out now. You can come into the out now. You can come into the out now. Ugh. So, yeah, that sucks. My dog was so cute. Orly was so sweet with the guy. That was so cute. Orly refused to leave him alone. He was having to do all of his refrigerator man work with Orly. Sitting right there. That was funny. Oh shit, fire. Yeah, were you locked up in the cage, Mama? Oh no. Is your bowl done washing? Apparently all of my stove eyes work. I can't believe it. They didn't work before, but they're definitely working now. Oh shit. Hey, Kitty! I gotta text him. Orly didn't even bark when that man knocked on my door before.
Let's move on to the next factual assertion. Shall we? The people from the Hill, quote, they shot out a big
Oh yeah, now there's not someone in my house, so I don't have to
that
wear a
was
sweater.
dripping. First of all, the window was not shot out. The body camera that I got clearly shows, yeah, there's some damage to the window, maybe a little hole or something. I requested the actual picture the officer took. I haven't gotten it. There's damage to the window, no doubt. I'm not denying that. But to say it was shot out implies the window was entirely, or at least mostly, blown out from the frame like it was a bazooka. This whole shot out allegation is entirely debunked as well. As you can see, the window is still in its frame with some damage. Next, he said these mystery people, he accuses them of being the ones not only to cause some damage to the window, not like, oh, they threw a rock or they were playing around the house. No, to shoot it out. He explicitly states to the 911 caller that it looks like a BB from a BB gun.
Did anyone see what type of weapon they might have been using?
No. I asked them.
Okay. All right, then we're gonna have
It looks
officers
like
come
a
in.
BB gun.
It looks like, okay. We have an officer en route to come and speak with you about this, okay?
I'm gonna go
Okay,
pee.
look, I don't even want to get started on how I don't think a BB gun could actually even shoot that far, period, much less maintain the velocity required to bust through a
see my
window or
text.
shoot it out. But this put a certain image in the cops' minds that there were active shooters currently in close proximity right now at large. in close proximity to Dan's house with a gun. Powerful enough to shoot through a double-pane house window and shoot it out. Look what the dispatcher remarked when she sent the cops to the home. 30 minutes ago, complainant advised he got a death threat over the weekend. Someone is up on the trail and shot out the complainant's window. We don't even have to speculate on this one.
Oh, there you are.
The cops on the scene stated
Yay!
they would not be considering this a shooting incident. The cops said it was obviously more likely that the damage to the window was caused by the nail heads that were clearly cut during the ongoing construction project on Dan's house.
Yay, he saw my text and came back.
Clip, if you're subscribed to Reckless Ben's Patreon, or if it came out on YouTube by the time this video comes out.
There's a mini fix also going to be for RICO charges. So they're charging Reckless Ben for RICO. It's never RICO. Also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
You guys want to come to, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. He's like,
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shot out the window.
Seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
He's trying to get Ben Schneider for like attempted murder. He's basically trying to set Ben Schneider for attempted murder when meanwhile was a bail from his own construction worker. It's like me and Ben were hooked up to the same mothership, girl. Because I was working on this when I'm talking about to y'all right now all day yesterday, and yesterday's the day that the video came out. And this part of the body cam footage is included in Reckless Ben's Part 3. He's saying they're accusing me of a RICO.
So the fan is out in my refrigerator. I knew it.
Of sending all these death threats and stuff. They're accusing me of trying to kill and hurt them when it's all just kind of like made up. The cops say it in the video. He kind of
So yeah, the fan is out on my freezer, which is why my fridge isn't working and my freezer is like sub-zero temperatures.
He said it was obviously more likely that the damage to the window was caused by the nail heads being cut during the ongoing construction project on Dan's death.
Zip nail heads. So those are all recent, and all the ones that we've just got, we've had this cardboard up doing it. Pretty likely that it seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way. Right. That shot something and didn't leave a divot. Right. Like it looks like a BB though. But it could be the old glass. I mean, this is thick glass. It needs a lot of force to crack glass. I mean, especially right in the center. That's a really hard hit to shatter glass like that. He normally leaves a divot on glass.
Does BBs can go that far for a BB? Can a BB
No BBs go that far. They don't go that far, but hard enough to hit glass and crack it. I don't know.
Not only that, the police report confirms the same. He did an on-scene investigation and he said there was no evidence the window was shot at all, much less shot out. The case was closed. No charges were filed because it's unknown how the window was broken in the first place, and it was possibly just an accident that occurred during the construction project. And then this one's just a little, add-on. I don't think it would have been worth its whole own video, but it is just kind of more examples of how I think when Dan isn't bold-faced straight up lying, he's misleading. The way he worded his Facebook post, our home, our window. He didn't mention construction was going on. Isn't that interesting? It's going to cost thousands to replace. That's the next factual allegation. Well, in the body cam, the construction worker said he already told Dan he was going to cover the cost to replace the window.
That's why we're being forthright. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's hard to say we're not going to put the blame on someone else. Yeah, I mean, no one knows the cost either way. So no one really knows the cost either way. So no one.
Also in the police report, the cop even said the construction guy is going to cover the cost to replace the window. So Dan going on this whole pity party fan fiction Facebook post saying it's going to cost thousands to replace. Factual allegation that it was somehow going to cost Dan thousands of dollars to replace this window is misleading at best and completely debunked at worst. So now we know the story just doesn't happen. But why? Why would Dan McNeff call the cops to say his window had been shot out and there were shooters on the hill without offering up the possibility that it was the construction worker there? Why would he say that he was there at home when he really wasn't? Why would he then post this fan fiction story to his Facebook page days later, knowing the cops had come out, knowing they had investigated, and knowing they had pretty much debunked most of these allegations already? Why would he be complaining about You, tube investigators. Yes, he puts a space in between. It aggravates me, he does that. And many things. Why would he be complaining about YouTube investigators being upset with his sons and hurting people with investigations when he himself was also complaining about how his sons stole from him and harmed him? Shouldn't he be happy and relieved that someone was exposing these harmful actions of his sons, who he himself publicly accuses of illegally stealing from him? Why did Dan post this? And why did he post it all a few days after June 10th, 2026? Why did he call the cops on June 10th, 2026 of all days? Well, maybe it was because his window got shot out, who knows? But something else was going on June 10th, 2026, right before Dan called the cops. My live stream mentioning Dan being the owner of Legally Mine LLC, the one that was admonished and sanctioned by the State Bar of Ohio in 2025 for the unauthorized practice of law, the one that Dan owed money and sanctions.
Yay,
for.
he
The
came
same
here,
Legally
now I can
Mine
take a
LLC
nap.
that Ammon
Fuck
and
yeah.
Matt worked at as officers. This is what resulted in the huge family feud. This is the company that Dan was talking about in his Facebook post that his sons illegally tried to steal from him. The feud apparently lasts to this very day. He's complaining about how his sons don't even talk to him.
Some people
Schedule
have discovered that they're my sons.
next Wednesday.
Haven't had anything
They're gonna
to
put the
do
fan in my
with
fridge
it.
next Wednesday.
Not that I didn't want to, but they
Yeah, the first time I really
Perfect.
mentioned Legally
Thank
Mine and Dan
you,
McNeff was during my live
Kyle.
stream that started at 11 a.m. Eastern, 11:08 to be exact Eastern, on June 10th, 2026. That very day, he called like 5 minutes after my live stream ended to maybe up to 30, possibly up to 30 minutes after my live stream ended. But if he was on hold for those 30 minutes, he called right as I was getting to the grand crescendo. He called right as I was getting to the big reveal that the day that Reckless Ben's video came out, part 1, that's the day Legally Mine changed its name to LM Old Co. LLC at 4:49 p.m. Old Legally Mine LLC is now called LM Old Co. LLC. And here's the smoking gun. Here's the hammer coming down. Look at the date they changed the name of the company, Legally Mine LLC, to LM Old Co. LLC. It was the same exact date that Ben Schneider, aka Reckless Ben, dropped part 1 of his expose. Can I get some applause? That very day on June 10th, basically as soon as my live stream ended, Dan called the cops. Then 3 to 4 days later, he posted this pity party Facebook post full of lies, full of misleading statements in order to garner sympathy probably, but also maybe he was trying to just make a record. Maybe he was trying to continue distancing himself from his son so that he doesn't face any accountability for the part he played as the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs years ago. Could it be that he was doing what he does best, trying to avoid lawsuits? Trying to avoid his assets being taken? I don't know. I can only speculate because most certainly I can't get into the mind of these weirdos.
The only 2 guarantees in life are death and taxes. For the successful profession, we're going to add one additional guarantee, and that guarantee is a guarantee of a lawsuit.
He said the only thing for sure in life is death, taxes, and lawsuits. Ammon McNeff has admitted to learning how to be a businessman from his father. He said, I had an entrepreneurial childhood. I grew up in an entrepreneurial family.
You know, we had opened and run and operated and sold several other businesses previously, you know, and again, kind of growing up in an entrepreneurial household. And so we kind of developed this skill of building some things.
This is how he describes becoming the owner of Bricks and Minifigs. So now I just gotta wonder, what else did Ammon learn from his dad? Making up stories, lying to the cops, switching the stories up to the cops, not being able to keep the story straight, pretending you're the victim, blaming other people, blaming his family members, blaming his sons for stuff. I'm just wondering what else Ammon learned from his daddy. But from where I'm
Get
sitting,
it from my mom.
it looks like Dan is very comfortable telling lies. That's what it looks like to me. This is based on his own statements contradicting each other and the fact that he very, very misleadingly reported this incident that happened at his house. I'm sick and tired of it. I've been sick and tired of it for a long time. All these people want to come out and act like they're getting death threats. First of all, shame on you for characterizing a critical email as a death threat. Shame on you for characterizing someone saying, oh, this is all your fault, as a death threat. Because it makes, when people really do get a death threat, seem like they're going to be taken less seriously. You should
I
never,
cannot stand
ever
the
lie
taste of licorice,
about
but
something
I
so serious.
love
But not only
licorice
that,
tea.
then to name a stranger by name, to try to lead law
Oh, it's
enforcement,
so delicious.
to
My
believe
God.
that this man basically was trying to kill you, naming Reckless Ben by name.
I put
Who
licorice in every
watches
batch of
the
iced tea I
watchers,
make.
he
I
said.
don't use like
Is
black
Ben
tea
gonna
to make
investigate
iced
all
tea.
the
I
people he
use
hurt?
licorice,
Well, I don't know if he
hibiscus,
is or not, but I started
moringa,
investigating it when you said you were hurt, Dan. Come to find out, you told the cops.
chamomile
Not only you
sometimes.
weren't hurt, nobody was hurt.
No, nobody's injured. There's no injuries.
And I make
Not
my
an
big jugs of
emergency.
iced tea that way.
Shame on you.
I do a mix of all
Now,
kinds of stuff.
forevermore, anything you
Always
say about
licorice.
this is going to be considered to be suspect. Nobody's going to be able to know if Dan McNeff is
Cinnamon.
telling the truth about anything now. Because when it really mattered, when it really counted, and when the public record was there to compare to Dan's statements, turned out it wasn't even true. This is horrible and damaging. And it's almost very similar to the same type of allegations being made against Ben in the lawsuit. I wonder if he's going to have as easy of a time debunking those lies as I did with this one. So we know from the public record, Dan has already been in trouble for misleading consumers with the unauthorized practice of law. Dan himself was named. This was in Forbes magazine. Brought me into a whole rabbit hole of Legally Mine, and I think I done found some stuff that is, they probably did not think anybody was going to find, nor did they want anybody to find. Asset protection firm Legally Mine LLC found to be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. The Supreme Court of Ohio entered an order finding that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff, that's the McNeff, Amon McNeff's dad, engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio in the case of Ohio State Bar Association versus
If
Legally
you
Mine
think that
LLC.
just a belly makes a girl look
And
pregnant,
we
then
now
you have no
know
idea what
we cannot
pregnancy looks
believe
like on a
anything Dan
woman.
says. He's
Says a lot about
dramatic
you.
at best and a liar at worst. And since we also know from
You've never
public
gotten
records
anyone
that
pregnant?
Bannon admitted to learning how to be an entrepreneur from his entrepreneurial family, namely, I'm believing that must have been his dad. Can we believe anything Ammon says either?
Means you don't have a wife.
There's
And
been
you got
so many
no
times
life.
he's been caught in lies. Just yesterday it was revealed that this whole story that he has about we've tried to work with Brian was false. There's emails that absolutely prove that that was false.
The entire time we were saying, hey, we want to help.
The main narrative now seems to be
pizza.
Bricks and Minifigs has always been trying to give Brian his Legos back, but Brian just never wanted them back.
Would you be willing to just take this? And the answer was no. It was attempted to be given to the family, and it was refused. They made the offer and said, hey, you can have all this, and that offer was not accepted at the time.
So right when this happened, Brian hired an attorney to reach out to Bricks and Minifigs. They sent an email saying, how should we proceed to retake the possession of the set/minifigures? And they actually emailed back saying they were willing to help. And then after this, they just never respond. So Brian's attorney sent them another email, just following up on this, when can we pick up the sets? And they still didn't respond. So the attorneys emailed back saying, it's now been 16 days, how can we get these Legos back? And finally, they received a response.
It says Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson have no legal obligation to return any of the Lego product that exists in their store to you. What?
So can we ever believe anything any of these people say? What business does Amon McNeff really have running an enterprise? I don't think any, because all business deals and
Ooh, I
all
can make
contracts
popcorn. I have
must
nutritional
start
yeast. I can do
with
anything I want.
one same foundation, the
The world's
assumption
my oyster.
of good faith and fair dealing. Does Amon McNeff possess the capacity to operate in good faith or to deal fairly? From where I sit, from the public record, hell no. Absolutely not. He has no business entering into contracts or running any enterprises, no business being anyone's boss, and I haven't even gotten in to all the litigation against and involving him over the years. This doesn't look like an honest, family. This doesn't look like a family that does operate in good faith, nor does it look like a family that deals fairly. I feel actually very bad for anyone who's ever entered into a contract with them. And now I know why Brian Mansell in part 1 of the video was saying, I'm not going to be apologizing for anything because it's going to be a trap. They're going to use it against me.
I'm not apologizing for shit. I walked in there with the best of intentions. Here's proof of my collection in the store. I want it back. And they've done nothing but lie and make my life a living hell over this. I've gone through 9 months of anxiety, stress, hospital-ridden, medication-taking types of burden. No, I am not apologizing for this.
It sounds kind of crazy that Brian would be saying this, but I see where he's coming from. I've gotten to personally see a tiny bit of how this company bullying his family has just torn his entire life apart.
Josh, you don't need to be in charge of nothing either. He swore to God he was going to make Brian Mansell whole. He must have learned from Daddy McNeff too, because guess where Josh used to work? Legally Mine. Might be time to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that's not.
I cannot afford to replace all this
Please
shit.
don't contact anybody mentioned in this video.
Man.
Do not send any.
I was wondering why my fermented drinks kept carbonating so much and like needing to be burped so much. One of them exploded when I opened it. It literally, the lid flew off, and I'm so glad it didn't break anything. Literally bent.
This video is meant to report on public facts to correct the record, because Dan McNeff is out here having a pity party acting like Ben attempted to murder him when the cops closed the case and said it was probably a construction worker. It's just so dishonest. And I rebuke in the name of the one true God. Amen. That's all I really had for this one. Facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. And everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.
And you get like a little bungee. It's working, it's working. I know, dude. Joe, like, I have no idea. I'm not gonna sue anybody for my groceries. It's too little money to even bother. But I very, very much don't have the money to replace, like, all my condiments and all, like, the cheeses. Like, I literally just bought all that stuff. And, like, I've like, it's like $300 or $400 for the stuff, and I'm very upset. But it's, my landlord's doing everything they can, you know, so it
Kind of sums up where things were. But I think the film's a masterpiece and one of the most operatic and ambitious films released in the last 20 years. It's Nolan's Odyssey before the Odyssey, and pretty much his 2001, which Nolan references quite a lot. Throughout this video, we're going to be breaking it all down and talking about the hidden details, Easter eggs, and also the true meaning of the movie and its ending. If you enjoyed, please hit the thumbs up and make sure you subscribe, as we're going to be going through a lot of the directors of the work. It's necessary. Now, the movie is actually the brainchild of Kip Thorne. He's a Nobel Prize-winning physicist and one of the leading experts on black holes. He actually served as scientific advisor on Robert Zemeckis' contact in the late 90s and started discussing ideas for a new film with producer Linda Obst. This would be another science fiction story grounded in real theoretical physics that explored the ideas of relativity, black holes, and wormholes. They created an 8-page treatment that attracted the interest of Steven Spielberg, with him initially signing on to direct. He then hired Jonathan Nolan to pen the screenplay, who spent years researching relativity and then developing the script. Progress installed with Spielberg leaving the project, and then Nolan's bro Chris jumped on in 2012. Having just made the Dark Knight trilogy and Inception, it seemed like a match made in heaven, and that takes us to the film itself. The opening logos play out in sepia tone, which is evocative of old movies and historical footage. This instantly gives the movie a feeling of authenticity, and this realistic tone is something that carries on throughout, to a certain point at least. But Nolan's messing with time from the off, and we later learn that this is people from after the events of the film speaking about her. So the sepia tone adds the idea this is an old historical event we're witnessing, and placing it at the beginning reinforces the film's time loop structure and reframes the entire film as memory. We then open on a title card.
I have like really good landlords, so I'm very lucky that I am not like dealing with some kind of rental agency, and this house is perfect in every way. I love it, and I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna stay here.
This is also the first hint that the pair share an interest. Because of this, the bookshelf has a heightened importance, as not only does it show the love between the two, but it's also the vehicle through which the two communicate.
Love is the one thing we're capable of perceiving that transcends dimensions of time and space.
We'll talk about that more later on, but it's an incredibly strong opening image that perfectly sums up the film's core theme. Dust also lines the shelves with it slowly falling, evoking the slow apocalyptic collapse of Earth's ecosystem. Dust is also visual shorthand for the passage of time. In film,
Don't talk about feet fetish and then just like be all weird and kinky and fetishy, but you don't send people money. That's weird.
Let this place untouched. So in the title sequence alone, we're getting the idea that humanity has
Because it needs to be deep cleaned really bad, and I just don't have the bandwidth for it right now. I was thinking about doing it within the next day or two.
This is basically the structure of Nolan's first movie, Memento, and it's also relevant.
Everything in there is pretty bad anyways.
The bootstrap paradox at the heart of the film.
There's nothing in there that is that I'm gonna be able to save. So I'm just waiting. When they fix it, then I'm gonna go through it, deep clean it, empty it out. I just don't want to deal with the food smell until garbage day. So I'm not gonna do anything until Friday.
It was always there. In the movie, it's also suggested that they are humanity's future. So we have a bootstrap paradox where they create the wormhole in Tesseract, which allows Cooper to retrieve the gravitational data from the black hole, send it back to the humans so they can then become these fifth-dimensional beings and create the wormhole in Tesseract. There is no beginning and end. It always just was. This also evokes the time dilation experienced by the characters and the isolation felt by Romilly, who stays on the Endurance with Pause when the rest go to Miller's planet. A time dilation is basically how time is experienced differently depending on gravity or speed. The faster you move, the slower time passes for you compared to someone who is still. The effect is negligible for the most part, but if you were to be moving near the speed of light, a few hours for you could be a few years for someone else. Similarly, the stronger the gravity, the slower time moves for you. This is the most relevant version of relativity shown by the film, and this is due to the effects of the black hole gargantua, which has an immense gravitational pull. That's why when Cooper and Kay spend a few hours on Miller's planet, which closely orbits the black hole, 24 years pass from Romilly's point of view, and Earth's perspective as well. You can also tell from Christopher Nolan's movies in general that he's absolutely obsessed with time. Slays throughout a lot of his work, from more obvious examples like Memento or Tenet, down to more subtle things like his non-chronological storytelling. Inception had time melding as well as we dive deeper into the dream, and both Batman Begins and The Prestige used flashbacks throughout. Dunkirk also had different periods of time being shown to us, and in Interstellar, time is almost like a force fighting against the protagonists. At its core, Interstellar has always been about a father sacrificing the time he has with his children in order to do his work. I'm sure that this is something that a lot of people can relate to, and you often have to choose work over being with your kids. Everyone, I'm sure, has a story of their parent missing some big moments from their life, but it was probably because they were doing things for us. But time is something you just can't get back, and it leads to one of the most devastating scenes in the film. On the shelf is also Winter's Tale by Mark Halperin, which is about crossing into another world and returning with knowledge, which represents the black hole. There's also Mohan by Ted Morgan, which is a biography of writer W. Somerset Maugham. His story, The Racer's Edge, is about abandoning ordinary life in search of a deeper truth. Finally, we have Outlander by Diana Gabaldon, and this is a time travel story driven by personal connection, which links back to the theme of love, space, and space-time. We then transition into an interview with the older Merv that we see towards the end. We obviously don't know that this is her yet, but I love how the films refrain on viewers. With all the anomaly is storytelling, time dilation, and bootstrapping, you don't truly experience a movie until you see it for a second time. It's a lot like Tenet, and every time you watch it, you pick up on more of these details. As you move across a seemingly infinite stretch of cornfield, she then says,
"Oh, my dad was a farmer, like everybody else back then."
The documentary was actually inspired by the Ken Burns documentary The Dust Bowl, with the talking heads actually being taken from that. So these people are the actual survivors of that event, talking about their experience in the 30s. The Dust Bowl was an event that was a severe ecological disaster that hit America during the 1930s. During it, a combination of drought, overfarming, and soil degradation left huge amounts of dry topsoil exposed. Strong winds then carried this into massive dust storms that devastated the farmland and destroyed the crops. It was so bad it even caused many to abandon their homes. Millions of acres of land became unusable, and the event was a defining hardship during the Great Depression. Paired with this are images of Coop's farm from Lithgow. We see him cleaning up layers of dust from in and around the house, and this is basically us getting introduced to the blight. Blights are diseases that affect plants, and this usually causes browning and death. In real life, they usually just target specific plant species, and they've been seen in stuff like the Irish potato famine and the extinction of the gross Mitchell banana, which was apparently amazing and tasted way better than the modern Cavendish banana. But even that faces potential extinction from a similar blight. However, the disease present in Interstellar doesn't just affect one plant, it claims all edible plants except for corn.
Wheat, 7 years ago. This year. Now, this corn crop is likely to potatoes in Ireland. That's corn will die.
Plants are, of course, the bedrock of the entire food chain, as even carnivores rely on herbivores for food. The livestock industry requires plants to feed sources of meat, so such a powerful blight as this means the death of all life on Earth. Plants are also responsible for oxygen through photosynthesis, so without them, there wouldn't even be breathable air.
As it thrives, our air gets less and less oxygen. The last people to starve will be the first to suffocate.
Now, in this opening scene, we see just
Damn
how
it,
much Nolan loves to do things practically. Like even on Tenet, he crashed
Oh,
the
there.
arcade just for a scene. This was also the case with Interstellar as well. And rather than
You're
using
the only
CGI
one I
for these
can trust.
skills here, he actually had 500 acres of corn planted for the film. Crafty as ever though, Nolan then sold this once the movie was completed and made a tiny profit, which he used for the budget. Murph then mentions in the documentary how Cooper didn't start as a farmer and then cut to the character flying. You might also notice that all the Murphs played by Ellen Burstyn, who you probably recognise from such classes as The Exorcist and Requiem for a Dream. Who we're here to talk about though is Matthew McConaughey, and Interstellar is the culmination of what I consider the reconnaissance. But yeah, this is a term that was used in the 2010s to refer to a resurgence of his career. Now, for those who don't remember, kids, McConaughey was kind of a joke in the noughties. Starring in a bunch of rom-coms, he was typecast as a charismatic, shirtless himbo that female leads could lust over, and that was basically the extent of the actor's depth. In 2009, though, he said enough is enough, stopped accepting these roles, and took a 2-year break from acting. He kind of faded from the public consciousness after this, and by the time he returned to the big screen in 2011, the roles he was playing were noticeably different. Films like The Lincoln Lawyer and Killer Joe gave him much more to work with, and it's at this point he was solidified as being a respected dramatic actor. In 2014, he then won an Oscar for his performance in The Dallas Buyers Club, which was no doubt influenced by his cameo in Wall Street and the incredible performance as Russ Cole in True Detective. By the end of that year, he was then the lead in a Christopher Nolan sci-fi blockbuster, which was unimaginable just a few years prior. Things did then kind of trail off a bit, and he did stuff like The Dark Tower, but this film is what made his legacy. Anyway, he's on a test flight of the Ranger shuttle, which is the craft that we see throughout the movie. While astronauts typically launch rockets to escape the atmosphere, the Ranger is a shuttle designed to launch from planetary surfaces and exit atmospheres without the use of a rocket. Traditionally, the rocket pod was a one-time use and would then be discarded during launch. However, since the release of the film, NASA and private companies like SpaceX have made reusable rockets a practical reality, and it's a massive part of modern space programs.
Sorry, buddy, you can't have this. It's corn.
Much closer to the kind
You
of
are
shifts that we've seen stuff like
allergic.
So the movie
It
does
will
limit
make
the
you
details on this for the
itchy and
most part to avoid
stinky.
crossing into space fantasy
And
territory.
you're already
Shots of Cooper flying the
stinky, but
Ranger so
yeasty.
identically framed to those later in the movie when entering the black hole, which adds to the cyclical nature of the movie. However, that's potentially not the only connection to the movie's climax here. As Cooper's flying, there's an issue with the flight computer, manual controls disabled.
I can't give you
and
anything,
the
baby,
Ranger
because
ends up
everything that I've
crashing.
got has
This
gone
why
bad.
Cooper retired from
I
NASA
can't even
and
give you
became a
CHEESE.
humble farmer instead. Also explains why he has a distrust of robots in the movie. As we learn later on, though, the crash wasn't either of their faults, and it's blamed on some sort of gravitational anomaly.
We started detecting gravitational anomalies almost 50 years ago. In fact, I believe you encountered one yourself.
I crashed something. Should not land that way.
A little theory time here, but if we start putting the pieces together, we can actually guess what caused the crash. We know that it occurred 10 to 15 years before the main events of the film, which is right around the time that the Lazarus mission launched. Named after the biblical figure Lazarus, he was raised from the dead by Jesus. This plays into the idea that an intervention by some higher power staved off someone from death. This mission sent astronauts like Miller, Edmonds, and Matthews to scout out planets on the other side.
You gotta pay the cheese tax.
human race. Based upon the fact that the Ranger was later used in the Endurance mission, we can assume that it was also used in Lazarus. If this is the case, then it's likely that Cooper's test flight was part of the Lazarus build-up, and due to his position in NASA, he may have been sent on Lazarus.
This is the mission that you were trained for.
However, this never happened.
Shark
because the Ranger crashed due to a gravitational
Shark
anomaly, and he then left NASA. If he went on the mission, he wouldn't have been around for the Endurance, and thus the gravitational data would have never made it back to Earth. So, with all that said, and the fact it's a gravitational anomaly, I think that the higher beings caused the crash. We know from their involvement throughout the story that they're able to influence both time and gravity. So perhaps they are responsible for the gravitational anomaly in the past that could set the stage for Cooper's later expedition with the Endurance. This would be much like Lazarus, and their intervention stopped the death of the species. Just labeling the crash cause as a gravitational anomaly with no further explanation seems like a massive coincidence when we're also dealing with fifth-dimensional beings characterized by their ability to interact with time and gravity. So, I think it's a likely possible explanation. Either way, this crash sequence turns out to be just a nightmare, and Cooper wakes up
Grits are so good.
having woken her up while dreaming. The first
No,
line
that
of
was
dialogue she
that was
now this is
really good
so
quality.
incredibly on the nose
American
Nolan,
type
because
cheese.
the ghost is actually Cooper himself inside the Tesseract. Nolan often likes to spoil his movies early on, and
It's
we
not
pointed
like
out in
Kraft.
Prestige's video that he spoiled the twist in the film's
It's a local
opening shots, and that's going on here. But in hindsight,
creamery.
now Cooper tries to change the events and prevent himself from leaving before realizing that this was the plan all along, and that he was supposed to send the black hole's gravitational data. It's just another example of how efficient the script is, as just 2 minutes into the movie, we're setting up most of the major elements. It helps the idea that nothing we see is chance, and that the movie's climax is inevitable and already occurring at the beginning. This video is sponsored by Mint Mobile. Switch to Mint and get 3, 6, or 12 months of premium wireless for just $15 a month. Now, this deal is for all my US viewers, and it's going to get you incredible 5G coverage across the good old US of A. Yeehaw! But what does Mint Mobile actually do and include? Well, I appreciate you asking. Mint Mobile is a premium wireless carrier offering no contract plans. Mint gives you unlimited talk and text, free calls to Mexico, Canada, and me over in the good old US.
Cool, I might be able to get it fixed tomorrow.
Yippee-hee! They operate on the nation's largest 5G network, and you can get a number of plans that work for you. You can get a 6 gigabyte plan, one for 17 gigabytes, 23 gigabytes, or an unlimited plan per month. Customize it so it works for you, and so you're not paying extra for things you don't need. Plans can last as little as 3 months and beyond, and it's all for just $15 a month. But Paul, switching sounds like such a hassle. Well, you're wrong, mate. Let me explain why before you unsubscribe. You can switch 100% online and don't need to have an entire Mint Mobile by just clicking that description. And the family then gathers for breakfast, and we see Timothy Chalamet as Coop's son Tom. You might have forgotten he's in the film, and I think that's totally fair, as Coop also seems to forget that he has a son altogether. But this was relatively early in Chalamet's career, and his biggest role up to that point, so we'll forgive Nolan for not giving him a bigger role. Apparently, as well, the two even clashed a little on set when it came to Tom's portrayal in the video message scene. Chalamet was apparently making choices that Nolan wasn't a fan of, and in a 2026 screening of the film, Nolan was interviewed by the actor himself, and the director recalled that he was playing Tom with a much darker edge than he initially was after.
When you were filming the messages, from home, there was a particular thing you were doing, you were having quite a dark tone in relation to Martha and Martha crashing the car, and it felt too much, I didn't particularly like it, and I told you that. You just wanted to do whatever the fuck you wanted and carry on.
However, Nolan later admitted that the bitterness he was trying to bring to the role ended up perfectly aligning with Casey Affleck's older version of the character.
Actually, to be honest, the edge you're giving it is what basically is putting the way for performance.
We'll talk about Tom as a character later, but I just find this to be a really interesting example of Chalamet having chops even at this early stage of his career. Anyway, Murthan asks Coop to fix a model that was broken by her ghost.
I just realized that the girl in Interstellar is the same girl from Twilight.
In 1969. Its inclusion links to a later scene where Murph's teacher hand-waves the moon landing as a hoax, which we will discuss more in just a bit. Outside, we then see the neighbors having to burn their crops.
They're hot.
Donald tries to push Coop
They're too
towards
hot to just
chatting
shoveled
with the
into my
single
face,
teacher.
so I have
He says
to,
it's his duty to repopulate the earth, and it's lines like this that play upon why he's so understanding
delivered.
that Coop
I
goes
just had
to
a package
space.
delivered.
They then leave for school, which is when the tire pops. Tom blames it on Murph, and father of the air coupe makes him repair it alone so he can spend time with his favorite child instead. It's here that Shane asks him why she was named after Murphy's Law. This is the old adage, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. This was coined by American aerospace engineer Edward A. Murphy Jr., who after a rocket sled mishap said something along the lines of, if there are two or more ways of doing something and one of those results in a catastrophe, then someone will do it that way. It later entered the public consciousness with the publication of Arthur Bloch's 1977 book Murphy's Law and Other Reasons Why Things Go Wrong. There's a bunch of regional variations of this, like Sod's Law in the UK, but Nolan likely picked this version because of Murphy's role as an aerospace engineer. It also ties in the themes of causality and also inevitability. Cooper asserts that it simply means anything that can happen will, and that sounded fine to him and his late wife. Now, while Cooper is actively wrong here about Murphy's Law and clearly didn't read the Wikipedia,
I mean, I'm closer to 85 than most any of y'all.
And much more helpful. Due to the blight, Murph is also supposed to be part of the final generation of humans.
Funny how it's always the anonymous, the fat, the ugly, the gross.
So in a sense, she's an
People that could look good but just choose to not bathe and not like brush their teeth or wash their face. They have like pimples and just look nasty. It's always those people who have commentary on my appearance. My appearance is like inconsequential to anything. I don't understand like why everyone's so fixated on the way I look. I don't give a fuck how I look. I'm the least concerned with my appearance. Y'all are so concerned with it though, which I don't understand.
For 10 years. We discover later on that the drone is from India, and this is
I'm sorry that you live in a life, where appearances are that important to like your parents.
It's a sign of civilization's decline, and the infrastructure that once controlled drones like this is gone.
I'm sorry that you put so much value in yourself, in your worth, based on your appearance.
Everything is on its way out. Now, in the first draft of the script, the drone was actually supposed to be what Coop sent back with the equation on how to handle the gravity problem. However, this was later changed to what we get in the final film. The drone is still a remnant of that, and though it doesn't really serve much of a purpose, it indicates strange things are drawn towards the farm in Cooper. Cooper then says the solar cell can power their farm, so they chase it. As the crops are practical as well, it was actually a pretty dangerous stunt to drive the truck through without any visibility. The stunt driver had to rely entirely on radio instructions from a helicopter flying above, and as someone who crashed his car on his driveway while moving it because the windscreen was clouded up, I can get how this is quite precarious. And yes, I am an idiot. It cost me a lot to get that fixed as well. But we then get a moment where Tom nearly drives up a cliff.
It is 1,000 degrees
even though he can see it. Now, maybe I am reading too deeply into this, but I feel like this actually says a lot about Tom's character.
Alright, I'm gonna skedoodle and I'm gonna go lay down and take a nap and relax.
When Cooper leaves for space, he tells
And then
and we see that he does this without question for decades, even to the point
maybe I'll be back later, probably not.
Lungs. He clings to his father's expectations while Murph questions authority and pursues discovery. She's a lot more like Cooper, which is also probably why he likes her more. This is also probably why Tom's continually mean to her throughout the movie.
I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I shall return tomorrow or later today. I'm just not sure. Haven't decided yet. It's fucking hot. Holy shit. Bye.